Yo. Alright. So the game's here. I swear I got the game up, but like it's not capturing. So tried wiggling my fingers. I've tried hitting the Windows key and going in and out of it. So not sure what I'm gonna do here. Oh, I know what I can do. What we're gonna do is turn off display capture and turn. Yep, we'll just go for screen capture. There you go. That worked. Going down, yeah. Note that it didn't help. Okay. Well, it is what it is. We're in Dwarf Fortress now. I still need to do a last couple things. Let's see. Unfortunately, with this, with this setup, it'll. Yeah, I don't want to show my stuff. Alright. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Now. Alright. Enough self-promotion and all that fun stuff. Let's just jump into it. As far as Dwarf Fortress goes, I am a complete novice. I've never played the game. I haven't, yeah. I'm pretty decent at RimWorld. I have been playing it on the highest difficulties recently. I've done a full playthrough. But I've heard Dwarf Fortress is basically the older, grislier, meaner version when it comes to colony sims, and in fact that it's like widely considered the OG. So let's go ahead and actually first let's go to About Dwarf Fortress. All right, so the game is from 2002 by Tara and Adams. This version of Dwarf Fortress uses FMod Studios, copyright 1994 to 2022. I was 5 years old when this copyright started. Firefly Technologies PT, created by Tarn. The meat of the game, and have skipped over the meat of the game and not realizing that I'm trying to skip to something that isn't there. So we're gonna go ahead and go to turn my volume up, for me anyways. Let's go to settings and get that audio fixed. Holy crap. We'll go to 8%. Let's go ahead and create new world. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Prepare to guide your stout charges to fortune in a world fraught with many perils. You'll begin by creating your world and watching the region's histories unfold. Once this process is complete, you can prepare a group and send them out to seek wealth deep in the mountains. As you dig deeper and more citizens take up residence in your outpost, your doings will attract attention, both wanted and unwanted, dealing with challenges as they arise, and you might one day find that your humble settlement has grown to become a mountain home to the center of the civilization. Okay. Okay, so I have been warned by friends that even with good PCs, this can be a real the world generation can be a real slugger. So we're just gonna go small, 50 years, everything else the same. There you go. Loading down, I need to create a new world. The bar, it fills. All right, the misty seas, tropical ocean. All right, we'll play now. Select a game type to begin. Adventure mode isn't in. Okay, well, we'll do a fortress then. Quick start and a short tutorial. Would you like your fortress located in a forested, mineral-rich region on this world where you can play through a short tutorial? Non-interactive help will be available, whatever you decide. Alright, let's start the tutorial. Let's see. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountainous homes into the forbidding wilderness. Beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Zarateth. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provided by your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it's spring now, enough time to delve secure lodging ere the black bears get hungry. A new chapter of the dwarven history begins here at this place. Patrap, Chanacult, strike the earth. Okay. Let's pause. Alright, camera controls. Your view is focused on one elevation at a time. To move the camera around, press WSAD or hold the middle mouse button to drag the view. Move the camera. Alright, we will move the camera. Alright, so we understand this much. Alright, cool. Let's move around a bit. Looks like there's it looks like there's berries for foraging and whatnot. Although, from my experience in RimWorld, foraging is something you don't want to do. We have a river right here. We want to create... Alright, we can go up and down. If we want to create a waterfall in our main base, the easiest way to do it would be to just be right up against the river. But my guess is we probably want to start just digging straight into stone here. Hi, what game is this? Hello? Hey, Jaden. I am playing Dwarf Fortress, which is... and I'm new to it, so I may not be as interactive as usual, but I am live in the Discord chat. I do apologize for missing your messages. Hope you're still here. Okay. Yeah. And I can't see the chat. But, like, yeah, this is a whole lot of stuff, and we're going to go through it one step at a time, because how do you eat an elephant? First, don't get caught. Second, one bite at a time. Alright. Your view is focused on... There we go. To change the camera elevation, press E or C. So, yeah. Unlike, like... I'm going to be comparing this game to RimWorld because that is my frame of reference for colony games. This is new here, going up and down. All right, when your view is in the air above other tiles, you can see them below, but you can only interact with objects in the current elevation. The view will be dark underground until you begin mining. You can move your camera on the surface button highlighted. The F1 hotkey will recenter on all your stuff. All right, we can do that. Next, camera controls. You can zoom in and out using the brackets or the control mouse wheel or the indicated buttons. We got geese and camels. Oh man, these drawings are so goddamn derpy. Alright, okay. It's time to get to work. Let's start by digging a stairwell into the ground. There may be plenty of hillsides to dig into, but you'll want to seek wealth below the surface. Mining tasks are designated. Alright, mining tasks are designated on the play area. Begin by clicking the highlighted mining button. Alright. So we'll take a look around. We have options. Okay, so it looks like we have a hillside going along here. There's a little open area here, and I don't know how important or unimportant hillsides are. Okay, so these are the bases of trees, and then if you go up, the trees have like... Alright, so these are gigantic trees. So my question is, can I chop these up? Or is that a noob trap? Or are the trees just gonna absolutely body and kill my dwarves? Okay. We'll go ahead and enter mining mode. Seems to me we would want to go up and to the left. I do like the idea of having this little outside area right here to use as maybe a pasture that is well secured. So I think we will dig in and go north. So how about we dig? All right, so there's things we can dig. Dig a regular hallway or a room. Assign the mining and the work details if necessary. The miner. Yeah. Right. To dig the hallway or room. Assign mining to the work detail if necessary. The miners require a pick. All right, so we can do mining here. Next, dig a stairwell on this level going up or down. Your selection must span multiple elevations. Click on a tile to change the elevation. Start clicking, elevation, click it again. Alright, dig a ramp on this level going up. Dig a channel, making a ramp for level below. Alright, so channels are probably for water. Designate constructed walls, floors, or other constructed tiles to be removed by miners. This also designates all stairwells and ramps. Got it. Okay. So I want to dig here. All right. Yeah, so if I go in this way, I'll have a little bit of left, a little bit of right. And my inclination immediately will be to try to make a more vertical base. Wait, hold on. Shit. How do I go back? I accidentally hit the X. Well, fudge it. Abandon the world. Alright, we're just gonna click this quickly. Small 50. But yeah, really. All right, so like, yeah, I actually wanted to read through all that. It's mildly annoying that the tutorial forces you to dig down immediately because I don't want to do that. All right, we're gonna hit play now. We'll hit start tutorial. We're gonna hit OK. All right. So this seems worse, but we could just be closer to the river. That'd be fine. All right. Next, you can control the zoom. All right, we control zoom by in and out. All right, or control and mouse wheel. Okay, fine with that. Okay, it's time to get to work. Let's start by digging a stairwell into the ground. There may be plenty of hillside to dig into, but you'll want to seek wealth below the surface. Mining tasks are designated in the playing area. Begin by clicking the mining icon. Okay. It's time. Yeah, we're going to stay on the tutorial and just, I guess, dig in place. Is there any reason not to build just right up next to the river? Because I would like... Yeah, I've heard... yeah, I would like to be close to the river because, you know, that's our water. Okay. There are several ways to mine stairwell. Alright, it's time to get to work. Let's start by digging the stairwell into the ground. There may be... Yeah, alright. Mining tasks are designated on the mining play area. Open mining mode. There are several ways to mine stairwells. To mine stairwell selected. Start on one elevation. Or completed the next. Click the surface. Move the camera down one level. And click the underground. Reverse the order also works. Alright, so we'll just dig. Alright, there's a tree right here. There's water here. Let's move around a bit. How about we... Our initial supplies are right here, so the further we go, the more trips they'll have to take. So how about we just dig, like, right here. Alright. Oh. Alright, so we're gonna go mine, stairwell, and we're gonna go a little further away from that. There we go. Mining 2, it's time to get to work. We'll now unpause the game and let the miners finish the task. Press space to unpause and use the highlighted controls at the top of the screen. You should pause regularly starting out. All right. Cool, we've got our first mining job done. There we go, we have our mighty stairwell. Okay. Yeah, The storm sound is probably coming from the game. Let's make a safe place working, selecting the regular mining mode. Alright. Dig a rectangle underground big enough for a large stockpile. Some workshop. Consider that most workshops are 3x3 squares. Mining through the stone layer further down may take longer, but it leaves boulders, which are essential building materials. Later, you can consider making a meeting area from the zone menus, otherwise citizens will continue to gather by the wagon outside. Okay, so we're going to go down, and we're going to mine this way. They said each thing will be 3x3, so what I think is we'll kind of carve out a 2x2 area, like so. That will act as a artery. We will then make stairs go. And we'll make stairs. There we go. So our front area right here next to the river would be pretty cool. We'll have like, yeah. Unpause the game. Is this sand? Okay, there's the stone. So we'll change this up a bit and make sure we're only building in stone. Okay, let's make a safe place to work. Select. Okay. We're gonna make stairs here. No. Cancel. We're gonna make stairs here. There we go. Okay, so if our stairs are here, this will be kind of one of our tunnel down points. That way we can have there we go. I think we can go ahead and mine here 2x2. Then with that in mind, we'll do three by three zones like such. So that'll be okay. So we'll have like a walk area. We'll have a storage area encompassing the stairs. There we go. Yeah, so we'll let this be like our initial storage area. I don't know how much of a storage area we'll need, so... Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared to build on the sand because just like it just maybe I'm overthinking it, but that just does not seem like a very sheltered place to go. Kind of wish it would just tell me the exact. So one. So that's the 3x3s. Okay, so we'll do something like. We'll do this, then we'll go 3 more out this way. Go. And we'll go 1 more out so that it's not perfectly perpendicular, and that'll give me a reasonable spot for stairs through the middle. Okay, it seems I only have one dude mining. And then we're getting a, let's see. So we'll let this be our storage area, and beneath it, we'll put our building stuff. Oh, it looks like we found something good. I wish there was like a hover tool so I could just like go, what's that? And click on it, but we're not there yet. Okay. Yeah, it's storming in the game. Alright, we'll hit OK. The supplies on the wagon are in danger of being carried away by wild creatures. It's time to build a stockpile underground to unload them. Stockpiles are crucial to moving supplies around your fortress where they are needed. Stockpiles are placed with the stockpile button highlighted below. Alright. And place the stockpile. Alright, click it now. Start painting a new stockpile once the tile is chosen. Finish placing stockpile. Alright, click the add button. Alright, so we're going to want our stockpile to be like, we'll just say this whole area like here. Yep, ooh, there's a fun little spot there. Okay, can be placed to both surface and underground. Once the stockpile is placed, click accept. Okay, click the add button and click the corners of the rectangle somewhere safe to place your pile. Stockpiles can be placed both on the surface and the underground. Once, alright, place. Alright, so add. Okay, so what am I missing? Open stockpile mode. There we go, so I have that. Click the play area to paint the stockpile. Accept. Alright, stockpile 1. We're going to click all. Ooh, there we go. I had been unpaused that whole time. That's unfortunate. Oh, if this first one goes to shit, we'll be okay with that. Alright, if unpause your your workers should start unloading the wagon into the stockpile. Later, you want to customize your stockpile by clicking on them and pressing the custom button to forbid certain categories like refuse. For example, a separate refuse stockpile is a good idea to keep your fortress clean. The stockpile menu is still open. You can close it now by right-clicking. All right, there you go. All right, cool. So just to get into it again, we can click it like that. Looks like we're already full. All right, we're gonna. All right, so we want to forbid refuse. All right, right clicking can be used to close most menus along with escape. Got it. All right, so you can repaint the stockpile. You can remove it permanently. Toggle whether the stockpile can take items from anywhere or only from specific workshops. Set from which workshops and stockpiles the stockpile gives to take the items. All right, so optimizing your stockpiles is obviously going to be incredibly important. All right, set how many barrels and bins and wheelbarrows the stockpile can use. All right, we're going to custom you, and we're going to remove refuse. We will do that after we don't have this blocking our screen. Yeah, looks like our cart's still full. So yeah, we have our spot going in here. We're building in stone rather than stand, which seems like a good idea to me. Okay. We're gonna mine. We'll dig a stairwell. Start here. And this will be the main vein one of our game for realsies this time. Or at least it'll go down one more level. All right, we'll hit OK. Wood cutting. With shelter ready, underground, it's time to build. First, you'll need to build materials like wood or boulders. Before you start chopping down trees, you may want to create a dedicated wood stockpile. Haulers will also drop wood in your all stockpile, and unless you turn it off in the custom stockpile menu. Okay. Hit open tree felling mode, and we will designate a tree. Seems to me like there you go. Seems to me like the closest tree is a good one to start with. And as far as stockpiles go, we can just stockpile the wood right next to the tree. So we'll make a custom stockpile right here. All right. We'll try that again. And we will place wood. All right, we'll hit accept. And we're going to say wood. All right, cool. We're also going to create another stockpile. And I don't know where we want to put it now, but Can we store refuse in the river and just let it flow away? That seems that doesn't seem ideal. So how about we just put the refuse like here. Except, and we'll put refuse. There you go. And we'll customize this one to also allow corpses. There you go. We'll say refuse and yeah. We'll now say call this one wood. Okay, we'll now go down. Rename this one. We'll call it general. Yep. So we have some stockpiles set up. All right. Yeah, and it did save it. We're going to go ahead and hit play a bit to let the tree get chopped down. Yep. We did the thing. I don't want to... Yeah, I don't want to overdo it, but I think we can afford to chop down a second tree. Maybe a third. All right. Need to wait for the... All right, we'll hit OK. Now that you have that... All right, cool. Now that you have the building materials, it's time to start building. Workshops are one of the buildings that can be placed with the highlights. Build materials, click it now. All right. So there's workshops, furniture, doors and hatches, instructions, machines and fluids, cages and restraints, traps, military, and a trade depot. Okay, so before we place our carpenter's workshop, I do want to go ahead and dig down. So what we'll do is, all right, looks like there's a special ore or whatever right there, but we'll be okay with that. So we'll dig that way a bit. And then we'll dig a 10 by whatever down here. Oh, 7 is how we did it. Because I don't know all the workstations yet, but I'm hoping 7 will be fine because they're 3x3 workshops, and that will give a little hallway in the middle of them. Actually, now that I think about it, I think we're going to do this. Mine you out a little bit. Just regular, there we go. Mine you out. We'll then go down a layer. All right, so we know it's 8 out. No, it's 8 by 9. Yeah, I mean, I'm grateful for the dots here, but I would be going much faster if this would just give me the numbers. There we go. So my idea here is this level right here will be our staging area for trade, right next to our way out. And then we'll have a hallway here. And then we'll have our dining and stuff set over here. Because I know the basics, I mean, I played RimWorld enough to know the basic setup is you're going to want your work area and your living area. Alright, where is my main diggy boy? Oh yeah, there he is. He's doing what we want. So since we know that wood is going to have to come from the outside, it makes the most sense to me to build the workshop right here. So we're going to exit that, and we're going to go to place structures, and we're going to place a workshop. The workshop it's telling us to place first is the woodcutter. So we'll go ahead and pause a moment. Yeah. All right. Now that you have building materials, it's time to start building. Workshops are one of the buildings you can place with the highlighted build button. Click it now. Most workshops require building materials such as wood and boulders. If you have some wood stockpiled, you'll be able to place the carpenter's workshop. Click workshop carpenter. All right. So we'll go ahead and drop this bad boy right here. Alright, seems to me like we'll want to use Alemite since we have a bunch of it. Alright, and it looks to me like I was a little off on our workshop. There we go. We'll do that. Alright, when on pause, workers should now build the workshop. Once the worker is done, click the building to select it. Alright, I will be right back in just one moment. I need some water. Ah, man. Wait, hold on, I forgot my water. Oh, dumbass. Right, I have returned, refreshed and renewed. All right. Looks like our workshop's gonna be pink, boys. All right. Click the workshop. All right. Your industrious citizens will perform any task added to the workshop. Most objects that are placed, like doors and furniture, must first be built in a workshop. Furniture created in the carpenter's workshop usually takes 1 wood to build, Add a task to make a bed. Chop down more trees if necessary. Unpause and wait for the bed to complete. So add new task. Make bed. Let's see. All right, we'll now make the bed. There we go. All right, we got our girl here making the bed. And for those who don't know me, in real life, I run flea markets and stuff. You better believe I'm going to be I'm going to find whatever can be just spammed out and create a trade empire of. I don't care. We can sell pretty much anything. We'll make a shit ton of pants. We'll make whatever we can sustainably make. That way we can spam out sustainable items and use the sustainable stuff to get the hard shit. Let's see. Now that you have a bed, you can place it in the fortress. Use the build menu, build a room underground. Just like the workshop, dig the new room first if you like. Beds are found in the furniture category, unlike workshop. Beds must be placed underground. Workshop beds, furniture categories, unlike workshop, beds must be placed underground. Place a bed. Okay. So we have our hallway. I think I'll make the hallway 3 by, that way I can put stairs in it at wherever I please. So we'll mine another line right here. And I think we'll have a like commoner dwarf area where they yeah. This will be our first man, he fell asleep. Alright, understandable. Yeah, our boy's sleeping. Place zones. Yeah, we're trying to dig out the first area we want beds, and that'll probably be over here. And we'll just dig a wall right here. It'll be a 2 by hallway here because our main, yeah, I don't think, we'll say a, we can dig more later, but we'll do that. Then we'll do something like this. And this will be our barracks type area. So we'll dig you. Something like that. All right, how do I place a bed? Set hauling routes for minecarts. Oh, that's cool. Establish a burrow to organize work and living spaces in large fortresses. Place structures and work areas that require construction materials. There you go. Furniture. Bed. We'll go ahead and place a bed. Oh, so they're only 1 tile each. This first bed will just go right here. There we go. Yeah. Now add new task. See. All right. All right, how do I just be like, hey, make more, but not indefinitely, because indefinitely is way too much. All right, well, we'll just add a new task, make bed. All right, cool. Now that you have a bed, you can place it in the fortress until the build menu. Place it in the room underground. Just like the workshop, dig a new room first. If you like, beds are found in the furniture category. Unlike workshop, beds must be placed underground. Place the bed. With a bed placed, your worker will have somewhere to sleep. Later, you can create a room with a door and use the zones menu to assign official bedrooms for each resident. Okay. All right. Also, let's look at our wood supply. In terms of wood, we got a big stack of it. So that's cool. We have our little workshop here. And they'll be able to go up and down. I'm going to want stairs kind of in the middle here. That way they can go up and down it. But right now, just the stairwell there is good enough. Okay, the rest of the interface is now enabled. You can click creatures and items just as you can click buildings to get more information about them. Click on a resident. Hey, 15-year-old Dwarf Fortress here. Fresh meat spotted. Yep, perfect death 4. I am absolute fresh meat. If you have a microphone, in fact, you can join and talk to me in real time on the Discord. I just have to verify you as a member and you're good to go. It says lock stream, but that's to prevent that's just a layer to prevent raids. It is surprising how much trolls follow instructions. Because usually the troll, yeah. So like I have once had my waiting lobby raided by like 100 people, and all of them very patiently just waiting outside. It's like, wait, what are y'all doing, guys? I'm not in that. I'm not even in that one. But yeah, I'm fresh meat, and I'm stumbling through here. So far, I have a pile of wood. I have a pile to put my trash in, and I've gone underground a little bit. I've got myself a barracks room with one bed, and I'm this portion through the tutorial. The rest of the interface is now enabled. You can click on creatures and items just as you can click on buildings. Get more information about them. Clicking on a residence to see their needs, inventory throughout the relations, and more. You can also access information from the citizens button. The what? Okay. Very first button there. Cool. Not loving the tutorial so far. A lot of this I feel like I could have just clicked through and figured out myself, but we'll never know that now. Let's see. Okay. Click the citizens. Click a citizen or creature. Alright, well, we'll right click. We'll click a citizen. Cool. So we have relations. They are alright, so we have Sigan. I cannot pronounce that. We have so she's our woodworker. We have Signa the woodworker. Groups. The rhythm, the rhyming mirror. I like that. The Willful Doctrine members, the Oak Gorge member. Military. She's not in the military yet, but I mean she got an axe. Honestly, focus on small things at a time. You'll get wiped out at some point and try again. Yep, that sounds good. I am a RimWorld veteran, so I am not completely unprepared for colony sims. My going on a mic would only need to be for something more complicated and advanced. Might be too much to digest so soon for you. Gotcha. Oh yeah, and of course that is a offer, not a demand. I definitely, yeah, you ain't got to worry about that at all. I interact with chat just fine. It's just if I'm really focused on something, I'm on a 2-screen system, so I may just miss the messages. That's pretty common. All right, thoughts. She is annoyed when caught in the rain. She didn't feel anything due to inebriation. She didn't feel anything at work. She was annoyed. All right, so my dwarves are annoyed and bitter right now. We need to get away with it. I'm definitely going to want to read through all this. So as an entertainer, I'm going to want to skip everything and just get to the meat of it. But playing Dwarf Fortress, that sounds like a recipe for disaster. Personality, she has a... All right, so these are flavorful. Are these... Let's look at these at the bottom. Traits, values, preferences, needs. All right. Groups. So I know thoughts-wise, we need to fix that. Oh, wow, they got a lot. All right, so we want to get our dwarves inside because it's freaking raining. I want to get more beds made, but I don't want it to be indefinite, so it's like... All right. All right. Can we assign a manager? Because I want to give a work order for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 beds. Tasks. All right, I think I need to just get through the tutorial because about a fifth of the screen being blocked is rough. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I've got a bad case of being restrained by the tutorial. So what I'm going to do is click through it, and making a pasture for our grazing animals and a zone as Perfect Death Forest said seems okay for me. They'll hit OK. Important and sometimes urgent information is given as alerts on the left side of the screen. There have been several already. However, an alert icon to see the information. Left click the alert for recent options. All right, you can recenter. Okay, you can recenter on certain announcements. Right click to close those. This is an example of an urgent alert. Those are very important. Ignore them at your own peril. All right, dismiss the large red alert. There we go. Okay. Preparing the caravan. You may need supplies before coming of winter. To trade with the autumn caravan, you must build a tree depot from the building menu. All right. So we're going to go to the building menu. We're going to go to workshops. And we're going to go to trade caravan. So a lot of this is complex, but some of the complexity I think can be broken down by just building one of everything. And if I end up having to ignore one of them, it's whatever. Okay, so we can construct doors and stuff. And I may end up building a roller coaster in this game if I don't know what to use the tracks for anything else, because, you know, why not? And of course, I definitely want to build a bridge. We have a river right here, so that's a common sense spot to put one. Because I'm going to want to try to wall in this upper area to have a nice little farm. Then set it up where I have a bridge over the river. Then, of course, you got to build, if you're going to build a bridge around it and you're going to have a wall, you're going to have a moat around the wall because, you know, that is just fun. All right, it looks like the trade depot is its own thing. And I think the trade depot would make the most sense just right here. All right, there's a building present. Can I turn you by pressing E? Nope. Okay, well, it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical. We'll just put it there. Hold on. We're going to cancel that. I'm going to want to probably move these stairs eventually. Yeah, it's fine where it is. We don't have to have the super optimized perfect fort turn one, like, and we're probably already past that. Let's see. So here we go, Trade Depot. It's weird that Trade Depot gets its own tab when others things just don't do that. Honestly, the wagon's kind of cock blocking me because I wanted it somewhere else, but I guess I can move it later. We'll just put it here for now. And we need 3 materials. Let's go for the Macroslin. And I want to try... Yeah, we have 25 of this, so let's just build it straight to that. There we go. And all right, for our... Let's see. Pairing with caravans, you may need supply... All right, I'm going to read all this from the top. You may need supplies before your coming winter. The trade depot from the build menu. You need something of value to trade. Crafts are an easy way to make a lot of trade goods quickly. Make the appropriate workshops and then crafts. An obvious material to use for the crafts is rock. If you dig down to deeper layers, you'll find a near infinite amount of boulders of various kinds, as well as rough gems, if you are lucky. Gems can be cut at the jeweler's workshop and encrust them on crafts. Yeah, all right, cool. So basically, your main crafts are rocks to start, and then gems on the high end. So I just need to find something to craft with the gems. And crust them on crafts and other items to add even more value. Okay, there's a lot more to learn as you encounter new menus. There will be information and tips to help. The help button of the top of the screen contains more guides. Click it now and the tutorial will be concluded. All right, click the help button. All right, cool. This game is open-ended and you can do whatever you choose. If you like a goal, try to become a barony, then a mountain home. More likely, your dwarves will starve unless you read the first few guides here, and remember, losing is fun. Sweet. Yeah, I see a perfect death. Cool. I'm a bit trapped in the screen. Wait, there we go. I'll go ahead and pop out and wave hi to you. There we go. Ba-boom. So we did the basic, we survived the tutorial without dying. Step 1, so step 1 complete. Information and guides, survival. In order to keep your citizens alive in the unforgiving wilderness, they will need shelter, drink, and food. Use the arrow at the top of this window to minimize the tutorial. When it obscures your view. All right. Honestly, though, I think I just want to start getting some of the stuff done. So to start, we want to get a pasture made. And I presume we want the pasture just nearby, but not in the way. So how about we do this? We're gonna go ahead and go click our first zone. Gathering orders, chopping orders, digging orders. Zone. Dormitory. Okay, so first... Alright, so yeah, this is the level for our stockpile. This is the level for what will be our dormitory. And we'll do our dormitory like such. There we go. Alright, we have created a dormitory. Now granted, it needs more beds, but that is what it is. Okay. Now next, we will go and do... fishing. That's pretty cool. Citizen assigned to fishing will work detail. Pens and pastures. That's cool. Pit and pond. So we don't... Yeah. Alright, certain livestock need to graze on grass. Assign the animals the pasture zone. No fencing is needed. Alright. I wonder if RimWorld is the reason they had to add that, because in my home game, RimWorld, you have to build a pen. But let's go 1, 2, 3. Alright, we'll go out like this. And just give them a nice big area to graze. There we go. Now, let's go to our citizens overview. Alright, I appreciate you, game, but you can't be popping up on me every time I'm trying to do something. Work orders. Work orders are used to automate tasks in the workshop. Their work orders are set to complete a certain number of tasks and be given to start conditions. For instance, you can create orders to make wooden bins. If you are out of empty ones, to brew drinks. If you are running low, or to make 5, yeah, or to make 5 statues. If you are running low, or to make 5 statues every month. Wait, what? All right. Yeah, that would definitely help. Fill in the air would be fun. Plus, it's fun to meet someone who's been playing the game for 15 years when I've been playing it for about 15 seconds. Actually, an hour and 15 minutes. All right, for instance, you can create an order to make wooden bins if you are out of empty ones and brew. All right. Oh, also, hold on. I gotta go click and make you a verified member. There you go. Boom. Yoink. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Good news. Yeah, so you have been playing the game for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
I figured once you started opening up that work order thing, it's just like, oh boy, do I want to type that much?
yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and just turn the tutorial part off, because like obviously I want to set a manager, so I'm trying to work my way to where the manager is, but you know, tutorials. Yeah,
so N key opens up your manager, but that will show you like his needs, because he needs an office to work from, and he basically just goes to his chair. So you need a chair in his office, and then he just spends like a turn, and then he will approve your work orders.
Cool.
And he just goes back to doing whatever.
Cool. So we have our places, we have our task, dig, fish, store. All right. So Which was the hotkey again?
N.
There we go. Nobles and administrators, cool. I'll go ahead and read this one out. Here you can view your nobles, as well as assign your administrators, military leaders, and other officials. Military commanders are assigned here. Once the first leader is assigned, subsequent captains' positions will appear. There can also be assigned from the squad menu. Certain important functions in your fortress can only be performed by assigned administrators, such as the manager and bookkeeper. Once they are assigned, you can create your work orders and run a hospital and account and appraise your holders. Nobles and certain administrators require rooms, and some may also make demands. Okay.
Yeah. So manager and bookkeeper, they both need the same thing, just like a really simple office. And so you can have them as the same people, the same person. And essentially, the bookkeeper will just go to his desk. He'll spend some time. He'll count your stocks. So instead of that little squiggly line next to all your stocks at the top, it'll actually give you a better idea. And you can kind of gauge how much time he spends counting. And so early on, he doesn't have to spend much time counting at all. Later on, you might want to split the jobs. But yeah, you'll see that red chair symbol. That just means he doesn't have an office.
Yes.
And then all you have to do is just like dig a little hole in your cave and just like put a table and a chair basically. And I think it's only a chair that he requires, though.
Cool. Hopefully he'll do his job, but he'll just be salty about it for a second because I want to get some doors and shit.
Yeah, he's not gonna cause any demands or anything. I think it's when you hit 50 population, what'll happen is your expedition leader position becomes up for vote, and it becomes a mayor position. And then he's gonna need like a fancier bedroom, a fancier dining room, a fancy office, or else he begins to make demands to make stuff, or you don't trade certain things. And if that happens and you break his sort of agreement things, then he'll try to charge somebody with a crime.
Okay. So if I abuse him, it'll be a cascade of abuse where he just starts kicking the person under him.
Yeah, and Dwarven justice, as soon as you have somebody who can dish out crimes, some people try to figure out how best to do it, because in the game, a dwarf can, let's just say their fists can impact somebody's skull enough that it will collapse, and then you have a dead dwarf.
Yep. I'm quite used to I am quite used to social fights and stuff like that. Have you ever played RimWorld?
Yep.
Yeah. I was playing as mole people. Mole people are extra strong. So basically, social fight. Your guy just lost an eye. Your guy just lost a finger. Your guy just lost an arm. Like, whoop.
Yeah, that's where RimWorld got a lot of their inspiration for the combat in RimWorld. And they'll try to map every single body part, or at least categorize different body parts, like arms and legs and organs. But Dwarf Fortress goes down to like teeth. So a social fight can involve teeth flying around. And it can also accelerate to the point that somebody's head explodes into gore.
Yep. So I'm gonna make 7 beds by the looks of it. I change. Yeah, there we go.
So you see that green button next to the magnifying glass? That lets you set conditions for repeating the work order. So if you want to have a stockpile of 10 beds maintained at all times, you can actually set it so that if the amount available is, say, less than 3 or less than 4, use up all your logs. You can say if the amount of logs is greater than 10, and that means if you're under 10, he won't make any more beds because you want maybe some logs for something.
Cool. So I think I'd want to keep a surplus of about, let's see, I understand that a lot of the population comes in by migrant waves. So I do want to have some beds in stock for when they come. Would that be correct?
Yep.
Cool. So what I think I'll do is set it to where there's like 3 beds in stock at any given time.
They can come in at first. They'll come in really small waves, and then gradually the waves get bigger until you cap out at around 200.
Oh, okay.
And like 200 pops is at some point you're going to be getting like 20 dwarves or 30 dwarves per migrant wave. It depends on how much value your fort has accumulated and stuff like that.
Yes, I'm good. I'm pretty good at wealth management. Like I do flea market sales in real life, and I'm pretty good at. So when it comes to resource acquisition and making a surplus of wealth, and then using that wealth for military gains and effective wealth cost, I'm pretty good at that. Which I think distinguishes me from some of other beginning players who are like, "What's economy?"
Yeah, apparently they experimented with having a more in-depth economy in Dwarf Fortress. This was like before I started, right around the time I came in. They decided to disable the economy system because it resulted in, modern day spiraling poverty and debt.
Oh boy. Well, I mean that is
It's just now the game's just communism, but you can trade large amounts of value to the merchant. The more surplus you give him, the more he essentially brags about you. He is going to bring more trade goods next time, and it also helps to encourage more migrants, but it also makes everybody else know more about your fortress as well. And then they can attack you. They can send plots to try and steal your stuff, things like that.
okay. Cool. So I'll just be like, we're just humble pants vendors here. We got no yep. Here you go. We have lots and lots of pants. Here, you can even have an extra pair for the missus.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of cool that there's espionage and stuff because you. So what I'm gathering from this game is that its reputation is true. It is a very deep and complicated game.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the work order up. It says amount of beds available is less than 10.
Yeah, then you'll make 7. So what that means is you're going to be at about between 10 and 17 in your stockpile if you have it set to that.
Okay. Yeah, that's what.
That plus and minus near that green icon. That's what adjusts the amount of less than or greater than.
We'll say less than I guess less than 3 would be a good parameter, and then go amount of logs. I think we'll ignore the log part for now.
Usually beds are one of your more priority objects. The other one is barrels, and you can make barrels out of wood as well. They hold liquid, which you use for drinks. They can also store prepared food and keep your food from rotting away. And so those are also one of the other big ones that you want to set a manager to maintain a stockpile of extra empty barrels, because you'll have full barrels and then there's a count for empty barrels. And so you will definitely want a reserve of empty barrels so that your brewer or your kitchen has a barrel that they can grab and continue making stuff with, right?
Yeah. Cool. So I've got a work order for make beds. There we go. So basically, if there's less than 3, make 3. Then I guess I'll go to work orders. Add a new one. Make barrel.
People have different ways that they set up their work orders. I got about 3 pages worth of work orders in my fort right now. And I think some people have 5 pages of work orders. So it's kind of a good idea to get an idea of how to set up some basic ones before you get into the really advanced ones where it's a chain of production.
Yeah. So I looked up the word barrel.
You got to start off with the material. So wood and then barrel, or wooden barrel.
Cool. Backspace ain't working. How do I go? How do I start deleting? Yeah, that was weird. That was weird. All right, I'll just exit out and go back in.
Yeah.
Oh. So I typed wood, then put a space, and it was like, nah to that.
Is it wood N? The EN at the end?
Ah, wooden barrel, not wood barrel. There you go.
Yeah, that's probably one of the other things is that over time, because even in the older version, the work order thing was very similar to this. So, except you didn't have mouse control. So I just had all of it on muscle memory of just hit the O key to open work orders. And then I would just like click, 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 click.
All right.
Stuff in, bam.
So
you can use your work orders without setting conditions just to batch make stuff, or you can have these repeating orders.
Yes, that makes sense. How many? All right. So how many barrels what would you recommend for the parameters here on the barrels?
It's pretty similar. Like 10 isn't too bad. A lot of it ends up coming down to how you set up your production. Kind of like with RimWorld, say, you know how you'll have like your kitchen, and if you want your really efficient kitchen going, you'll have your big food stockpile, but then you'll have a small one nearby that your guys quickly pull from. So you can set up like a small stockpile that has like a little bit of barrel, a little bit of different kinds of food ingredients you want them to use, and then you can like customize those stockpiles. And then you can have a bigger stockpile nearby for the surplus stuff. And so then, of course, the more of these different types of things you have, then the more you have to scale it up. So you might be okay with having 10 empty barrels at the start in reserve. And then eventually you might scale up and you might need like 20. But
hold on, let's see. Yeah, I thought I had gotten into because I don't know. Like my mouse supports.
Let your bed go to infinite beds.
Make infinite beds. Oh no.
Yeah.
All right. We definitely don't want that. We'll go ahead and do. No, that's the shop one.
Yeah, you can also click that checkbox to stop showing those tool tips again.
Yeah, because I can just go into that manually. Got it. All right, so we're gonna click out of that. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna go back to that screen, which was here under work orders. We're gonna go ahead and click this to hit OK, so that I kind of wanted it to come back up each time, but now that's just annoying. Let's see.
Yeah, I used to be a lot more familiar. I'm still a bit on the fence about some of the new UI stuff because again, I'm a bit off on it since I was so used to just doing everything on keyboard that seeing the mouse is like, how?
Yes.
It's strange.
Yeah. Let's see.
Like 2 different plus and minus buttons. The ones in the middle are for the amount of workshops that you want that can do the work order. Which is for if you really do scale things up and you don't want just all of one work order dominating your production. But then the plus minus on the right side, that sets your amount. And I think if you put that at 0, then it's infinite.
Makes sense. So basically with barrels, all right, so
yeah, you want your empty barrels to be your main measurement. Maximum barrels is like, I don't know if you'd want that as one of your conditions, but
well, yeah, it doesn't make sense. So one parameter that is like that a lot of people get wrong in RimWorld is like during clothing orders. Like I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the tattered clothing mechanic.
Yep.
So what a lot of people will do is I don't want my people wearing tattered clothing, therefore I'm going to say that they strip their clothing if it's under 50%.
Yeah, there's a very similar clothing mechanic where it'll wear out over time, and if you let it get really bad, then it'll just like fall off their bodies.
Yeah.
And then they get pretty upset when they're going around. There's no nudist perks in Dwarf Fortress.
Nudists are the bane of my existence, because that's just a -3. Because if you're naked in RimWorld, you're dead. You'll just have your head blown off.
The reason for people dying in Dwarf Fortress
Hmm?
is there's a bunch of like environmental problems that exposed skin causes, and dwarven fabric is like, you know, so good at protecting you from environmental hazards that it's, you know, it would make hazmat suits jealous, I think.
Yeah. Sweet. But yeah, but the what I was going on about is you shouldn't tell your people to take their tattered clothing off, and instead manage it by your work orders and in your bills to just make new clothing if there isn't any around to buy a certain stuff, because they already have it set up to be completely to be to make new clothing at a certain percent. And it's better to wear tattered clothing than no clothing. And the only reason you'll have tattered clothing on is if you don't have the production to make the stuff.
Yep.
Which is a fun one. But with this one here, let's see, we got the work orders up. I think I have the wooden barrels done now. I have make 3 beds. We're gonna go ahead and up that to make 7 beds, just because I need. Oh, make 6 beds because I need 6 more of them at the moment. And with that, we'll go ahead and exit out. And we have our pasture made. Or I thought I had my pasture made.
Yeah, once you do set up your pasture zone, you still have to tell which animals are assigned to the pasture.
Yes. And would that be under...
To find that, you have to click that green dwarf head button, which is your zones.
There we go.
And then you can click on any zones. Any zone that you've placed now appears.
Cool. There we
So
go.
then you either make a new one or something like that.
Well, I like that because I wouldn't just want all my zones visible at all times just for all static reasons. So now to assign animals to the pen, I just select that.
Grazing types, and then there's others that don't need to graze. So like birds and pigs, for example, they will just dig up bugs out of the ground. So you can hide those animals underground in a pasture.
Cool.
And just like close the door on them so that they're pretty safe. Dogs, you know, they don't need to be fed. It's kind of assumed that they'll just get fed. And cats, they'll hunt vermin, so they don't need to be directly fed either. So it's kind of those grazing type animals that you want to make sure are in a pasture.
So I have yaks, which seems pretty dang cool, and I can ignore the pigs, right? Or should I pasture them?
It really depends. You don't have to pasture them. They'll probably just get murdered outside.
Ah, okay.
The Cavi pup is a pastured, like it's a grazing type, I think.
Cool. And how about the gooseling?
The gosling, that's a bird. He can be underground. It's not a female bird, so no eggs out of it, sadly.
So just once I have butchering set up, oh boy, I've got some free food.
Unless, you know, you happen to find a female goose,
cool.
Right? And you want to get fertilized eggs.
That sounds like a thing. I may, yeah. So I've got dogs. I've got a war dog too. I'm pretty happy about that. I like war animals. They're fun.
Yeah, I think they get a little extra something. I forgot exactly the stats. Combat stats are just wild in Dwarf Fortress. It's no HP system.
It's basically a operation doll system, from what I understand.
Yeah.
We've hit play. I've got my work orders going, and I set a 8x8 area here for my workshops, so that I would have like the building on one side of it. The idea here is this top area will be my storage for my place, for my merchant stand, and then my merchant stand will be up here, and then I'll try to wall in this whole area with a drawbridge over the river. Is that a good idea, or am I making the wrong ideas already?
So with trades, I think when the merchants first show up, they're going to come with pack animals, and they don't really care about access pathing that much. But if they eventually start bringing wagons in, then they need a 3x3, and they need no traps in the way. Traps will block trade caravans. So
Gotcha.
it makes it so that our trade depots are always like out there in the exposed area, and then you have your, you close it off if a really big threat shows up, and you just say, if there's merchants there, goodbye, nice to know you.
Gotcha. So,
Um,
so a drawbridge,
river
yeah,
is that's actually a brook, so people can walk across it fine.
oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I was hoping that I could build this into a drawbridge. Oh well, I could build that elsewhere then.
It's more of like an aesthetic thing, but our drawbridges, we use them as doors essentially, because a door can be attacked and broken, but a drawbridge, when you raise it up, it turns into a wall, and they can't break a wall.
Cool.
So that's usually how we seal things up.
Sweet. So I'll want a drawbridge up here eventually, is my guess, and I'll probably want to get some more wood cutting orders, or I'll just go for one for now because I don't want to have my fortress overrun because I decided to chop down too many trees, and then
So a thing to keep in mind when you chop trees down is look at if you've dug underneath that tree area, because it has roots. Right?
Oh.
You can actually see those root blocks, and so if you dug underneath a tree and you chop the tree down, have no floor, and so there's a hole going from the place down.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
So if you want to set up like a farm, you can do that underground, but only on certain types of flooring. So sand, clay, and loam. If you get water, you can figure out how to spray water over the ground, and that'll turn the stone floor into muddy floor, and then that also can be planted on.
Cool.
But of course, the risk is if you have your farm, which is in the soil layer, if you have a shallow soil layer and there's trees, and the bots have shown up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ban them. Like it is what it is. Usually, if you ban the first one, they screw up. So first off, you need. Yeah, so if you're ever wondering how this works well, it's you hit hide user on the channel first, so that you can still see them. And as the main person, I can't actually report them, because if I do, they will then show up as invisible to me, and I can't block them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, easily. Good news is I'm right next to a bunch of sand, so I assume I can set up my farm right here on the sand.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you don't chop trees down right above it.
Yeah, which
that big of farmland in this game, actually. Once you get a legendary farmer, so you try to like focus one guy on being your planter, and then he's gonna get all the EXP when he does the planting and the harvesting. And eventually, as you grow your population, you get a second one, and then a third one. And 3 legendary farmers is enough to like feed a fort of 200 easy.
Cool. Now, one thing I was warned on was I was told to be careful what I use for food, because there's like a mushroom in this game that you.
So I think in the labors tab, which is that bottom left hammer, that lets you access the kitchen menu.
Yes.
And that is where you can disable whether you cook with certain plants. And so the plump helmet is a edible plant. You can eat it, and you'll get a seed out of that.
Cool.
And if you cook with it, it doesn't give you the seed back. But if you brew with it, it gives you the seed back.
Yeah.
So the idea usually is if you're not eating them raw, you're brewing them, and then you can actually cook with the drink. So you just make lots of drink with the plump helmets. Cooking requires at least one solid ingredient, and then the rest of the ingredients can be non-solids. So if you cook, say, a fish with plump helmet wine, then you're essentially turning your drink, which was a plump helmet, into seeds and cooked meals.
Cool. As far as fishing goes, can I fish in the brook?
Yep.
Okay. So I've got this little stairwell right here, so it seems the most common sense spot to set up fishing would be just right here in the brook. There we go.
Usually, you don't even need to set up a zone unless you're in danger and you want to make sure your fishermen don't go to dangerous areas.
Ah, perfect.
Because they'll go to where they find the fish, basically. And so if you create a zone, they're gonna have less chance of catching stuff.
Cool. Should I bother with plant gathering, or should I already have enough of that
You can
stuff?
set up like a zone if you want. That's just auto gathers. And some trees have fruits in them, and they will use a step ladder to climb up into the trees and gather. But that depends largely on your biome and the type of trees you got.
Cool. So there's some trees and stuff over here. I mean, if I can, all right. How can I tell what type of tree a tree is? Just
If you mouse over it, it'll tell you.
hey, I have a plum tree. I have a plum tree right here, and a walnut tree, and a lark tree.
Walnuts will give you like nuts and stuff. So yeah, if you have the actual like zone for that, you can create a zone and then it'll just auto gather whenever that stuff's available and in season.
Cool. Well, my people are going to gather the stuff. Sweet. I'll set up my little farm right here. So I presume farming would be a zone, I would assume, or
It's a building thing. It's in your workshops in farming.
works.
Good idea is to have 2 farms,
Cool.
and I'll have one just doing plum helmets on all 4 seasons, and then the other one I just have it rotate through the other types of plants.
Cool.
Each different season. Because they all kind of have a use except for dimple cups. You won't really need those unless you want to dye your clothing and make it fancier.
Gotcha. And I presume dyeing it increases the value, so that'd be okay for trading, but not much else.
People like fancy clothes sometimes.
Fair enough.
So if they get to equip a fancy clothing, yeah, you'll see it in the workshop tab.
Workshops.
And
There you go.
then it's in that farming and a farm plot.
Farming. Yeah. Also, I have a way too big a screen. Like I've got a 34-inch screen right in front of me. So like if it looks like I'm having trouble finding things, I'm not blind. It's just a really big screen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So I see workshops. I see clothing, farming. There we go. And then I see farming plots, and it's got mushrooms on it. Cool. And then I guess I would just go, what with 3x3 or 3x6?
Because again, your farmer's gonna go through the seeds pretty quick. So I guess it just depends how you kind of want it to look.
All right.
But yeah, one big farm, you're gonna burn through all your plump helmets pretty fast. But eventually you're gonna get more as you brew them. So it's kind of a temporary farm as well. And then you can gradually like expand. That's usually a common trend in Dwarf Fortress is your starting fort area, your upper layer is very temporary.
Gotcha.
And then you like figure out how to make a better and more efficient one down in other areas.
Gotcha. So I would obviously not want my kitchen in this little setup I have right here because I've already got my wood set up here.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the farm set up now, and this farm will be for drink most likely. I've noticed I've got little turtles running everywhere.
Yeah. So you're probably gonna have a lot of shells from all the turtles. I think you need a Fisher Dwarf workshop, and then they will process the turtles that they catch, and then that gives you all the shells left over.
Cool. So I think for now I'm just gonna put all the workshops in this general area right here, and then move them as I go.
Yeah.
But let's see. So we'll go to our workshop next. Yeah. There we go. I'm a little less freezy now because like this is. I'm sure, as you well know, it's a lot to soak in.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got my wood carpenter one. What would be the next most important one after carpenter?
Your stone worker.
Yep, there we go.
That top left one, because that'll let you convert those stones into furniture, so you don't have to use up all of your wood to like make tables and chairs and doors.
Cool. So we got that one set in.
Usually, I'll set up a work order to maintain, a stock of like 10 rock doors, 10 rock tables, 10 rock thrones, and sometimes I'll even do more other furniture types as well. So that way, you're always able to build, things like your dining hall will need a table and chair. Your bedrooms will need something called a coffer and a cabinet so that they can store clothing and other items in there if they get any in their bedrooms. But you don't have personal bedrooms yet. You haven't even finished your dormitory.
Cool. And I can make stone doors, right?
Yeah, rock.
Cool. Rock door. Yeah, make rock door. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna want a butt ton of doors, so like I think the make 10 is fine.
Yeah, it's like with me, I just make a couple of them at a time and then just build them gradually. That way you don't overwork your guys so that they can do things like go and pray or go and socialize. And that makes them happier.
So I take it I'm not going to have a time scheduling mechanic here, am I?
Yeah, they pretty much will just, they're very free to do whatever they want.
So you can make recommendations to dwarves. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I like the inbuilt stubbornness.
Yeah, there's no real like day-night cycle either. So
cool.
There's like, you have days, you have moon cycles because there are werebeasts that will transform in full moons, but there's no nighttime.
Gotcha. Cool. So I think this top layer right here, I'm going to have like a general barracks, especially so that they can have a bunch of beds in it and just be an overflow clutch for migrants and stuff like that. And then beneath that, I'm going to start doing like a stack of rooms.
Mm-hmm.
And then with some of the rooms, I'm going to want them to have like offices connected to them, I think, or that because of like my manager wanting an office and a few others. Because one thing I definitely want to take advantage of is having Z levels, because like being able to stack stuff on Z levels is freaking cool. I'm not normally able to do that.
Yeah, you will need that office so that your manager can actually make some of the stuff. So
yes,
you basically just need to like go to your, say, stoneworker and just tell him make rock throne. All he needs to do is just make like one.
Cool.
But yeah, for your farm plots, you'll have to pick for every season. Good idea is just pick a plump helmet for every single season tab. And
there you
go there. For the other plants, quarry bushes, they need a bag to process into to get leaves and the seed back. And the leaves are cookable solids, so they're pretty useful.
Cool.
But you need a bag supply.
Is any of this farming all right? So for my other farms, can I just put them like up on the surface, or are any of them mandatory underground?
You start off with only the underground plants, but because you've been gathering some of the above ground, you might get some above ground seeds.
Cool.
So then you can set up an above ground one. There's also a cheesy way of like punching a hole through the floor, building a farm. It then classifies the whole farm as an above ground farm, and then you just close off the hole, and then it keeps it set as an above ground farm that's fully underground.
Yeah, I'm setting the gathering and stuff like that, because if I can set up a nice little right, my wife is a tailor in real life, so I think it would tickle her pink if I ended up creating a whole tailoring operation out of this.
Yeah, so pigtails is the plant that you can grow underground that you can process into thread. So that's like your underground thread bearing thing, like cotton.
So I take it, and I need separate. All right, so I need separate farming plots for each different thing.
I'd say, well, I usually just have, because those other plants all have different seasons to them. Plump helmets can grow all year round, so I just make one farm that just does plump helmets all year.
Cool.
And then I make like a second farm block that rotates between the other types.
Cool. So, and those can be done. All right, all of those are above ground, correct? Or is
Those are underground ones as well.
okay? Well, I'll just dig a second one over here then.
You can even go like, because I think you've got a different layer of sand on the second underground layer.
Yep, looks like it. Yeah, it's red sand.
Yeah.
So I'll just mine over here to. I'll extend my hallway and see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Boom. So we'll dig that. So I've got my workshop and my stone cutter. Something tells me I need to extend my storage real quick, so we'll pause and exit out, and then... Alright. Hoping I can just... Oh. Nope, I shouldn't have done it like that, but... Alright. I was hoping I could just extend out the one that was already there, but we'll go ahead and... Oh.
Yeah, I get confused by the new stockpile stuff because it's all mouse based, and I used to just clickety clack away on my keyboard all the time.
Oh yeah, and it's one of those things too of like when there's multiple ways to learn things, and then especially when there's a new way. Here's what the people who have already learned the first way are going to do. They're going to go, the way I've already learned is best.
Yeah.
So, but like it's going to be interesting to see, because like one thing I'm running too is I'm running a Logitech keyboard and mouse setup with the G600. So I can set up like over 450 macros on my keyboard. So as I get to learning, I can get more and more advanced to the point of it being silly. All right.
Yep.
The cats.
For your manager, all you really got to do is just dig them like a small room, like a 2x2 or 3x3.
Cool.
And just, you might have to manually make a rock throne or something for him.
Yes.
Because then once he gets his office, then he's just going to start approving those work orders and counting your stockpiles.
Yeah. I'm not seeing any doors or beds pop up yet.
Yeah, because your work orders aren't getting made because he doesn't have his office.
Gotcha. So I need to make him an office. There we go. That explains why. All right. So I guess we'll just keep digging for a little bit to get where. I'm not sure where to put his office. So I've got my barracks. On the next level under it, I'm going to want to put my... all right, I'm also going to want to go ahead and dig out a stair. We'll go here and down. And I'll go down a little bit with this one, but there we go. Oh, just a few layers.
Yeah, I always just dig my manager a little hole, and then I always forget to give him a nicer place later on.
Makes sense. Like the manager, he's managing your whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I see some step ladders and stuff like that. I see beds appearing. Oh, snap. All right. Yeah, 2 beds even. What luxuries. All right. We're going to pause that and go ahead and set some beds. So with that one. Now, and watch, in a few days, I'll be zipping through all of this like it's nothing. But right now, it feels like I'm tapping into some arcane wizardry that I'm not allowed in.
Yep.
So we're going to go ahead and get some beds set up, because that's one thing I learned, and the beds can be right next to each other. They won't get too upsetty spaghetti about that, will they?
Not if it's just a dorm.
All right. How do I spam the construction?
Oh, there's that little square button that says keep building president, or
Let's see.
it's on the top left. Once you've gone to build a bed, or at least if you select that you want to build a bed, it will have like a little box that pops up that gives you some options.
Ooh, and there's a hotkey B for it. Keep building. All right, so we checked that.
The annoying part of that is every time you reload the game, it forgets that.
Yep. One thing I will not complain about with this game is complexity, because there we go. We're gonna have beds for everyone.
Yeah, especially when you get into things like let's say a dwarf likes a certain type of wood, you might want to give them that bed, a different type of bed, or you might have beds like your carpenter is placed, and then the stockpile that he moves his beds to is next to a jeweler. And then when you get jewels, you can encrust them into furniture. And so then you have him supplied by the beds, and then you encrust the beds so that your beds are better. And then your beds have jewels in them.
Cool. Oh yeah, it looks like we got a bunch of the red sand. Man, look at this golf looking dude. Like he is like, excuse me, sir, are you a vampire or some shit?
No, there are vampires.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying this guy, the Onol here has seen some shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all have history even before this. Like you can even look up some of their stuff, and like some of these guys. I think I had one dude who showed up at my fort. He was in the first migrant wave. He was a legendary weaponsmith necromancer.
Sweet.
And he was like he led a criminal organization before he decided, I guess, to join my fort for some reason.
Cool. Like, all right, if you're gonna be a gangster in my favor.
Mm-hmm. So long as he doesn't get scared around dead bodies, he's fine.
Oh.
What happens is if a necromancer feels threatened, he starts reanimating. And sometimes those things will be sentient undead. And then they're fine. They tend to be okay, but sometimes they're just the not sentient types, and they will attack anything that's alive. The necromancer is considered undead, so he's fine, but not most of your other dwarves.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I've been making multiple. Like I'm starting to get the thing of it, but now that I have the stone shop and the wood shop, I'm setting up nearby stockpiles for them.
Yeah, I usually, for my stonecutter workshop, I'll specialize it so that it doesn't carry things like, the ores that you want to melt, or some of the other types of stones that you can't craft anything out of, like might be coal.
Yes.
Stuff like that.
So coal is the fuel in this game, and I imagine for my smithies and things like that, I'm going to need that.
You can make it by just burning trees. So like a wood burner can produce it. But you also can turn bituminous coal into coke, which is the same thing as what charcoal is the type of fuel.
Cool. So it looks like there's not that many stones, surprisingly. So which ones should I not have near my stone smithy?
Usually it's like those tabs. So like the clay tab, I'll disable. The metal ores, I'll disable. And so like the economic and the other stones are usually fine.
Yep. Yeah, I see a bunch of those. The other stones. And it already hinted me in the tutorial that I'm going to want to craft stuff from rocks to sell, which is cool. So I'll just...
I'd say do shells right now because you have so many turtle shells.
So many shells. Okay. All right. So I guess I should get that started. So we'll go to... I've already got the farm started for the plump helmets, and I've already got digging orders going around. Yep. And it looks like it looks like it starts turning to rock at lower layers, so it looks like I'm going to have some farms. I'm trying to decide where I want my kitchen. So I definitely don't want my kitchen next to the... All right. Definitely don't want my kitchen next... I have a friend... All right, so most of my mods are on vacation. Like... One, my wife is obviously a mod because that makes sense, but my boy Ragatalk is living his best life right now. So there we go.
It's a week. We're in the last week for Christmas.
Yes. And one of my Christmas presents was this new lens I have right here and Dwarf Fortress. So I'm playing with one of my Christmas presents early.
Yep.
And so far, it's really effing cool. Like, I'm slowly getting to that point where I can think again, because, like, just getting the info dump of things. So we've got the woodcutter. We've got 7 beds. I imagine we have a door being made at some point. Let's see.
Yeah, you just have to get that office set up.
Yeah. So I've got.
Probably just even dig it next to like the dorms. Just give them a little hole.
Yeah, that is the plan. So I've got this hallway set up here. I'll mine it. I'm gonna go under the dorms essentially. So we're gonna make our little 3x hallway here. And that's the main thing. I'm building this all around a 3x hallway vein style. That way I can just have doors through it and modularly click things in. Because, when you're first learning, doing them in a modular sense makes sense. And is there a way to refill the caverns after you've dug them out, or do you just be okay with it being empty?
I mean, you can build walls out of stuff. You might, because one rock stone you can turn into 4 rock blocks, which is probably the better way of refilling things, because depending on your miner skill, it changes the chance that they'll get an item when they mine a block. So you aren't getting resources back at the same rate you're mining them out. So if you wanted to actually fill back in ground, you would have to process the stones into blocks.
Ooh.
But most of us don't even bother with that. We just leave like the old ruins of the upper fortress.
Yes. Can I set more people to... I can definitely set more people to mining. So we'll go to...
You just need picks, right? Everybody needs a pick if they want to mine.
Cool. And my guess right now...
That's why I always have 2 at the start.
I
think your tutorial embark wants you to have the default quick start, which only gives you 1 dedicated miner.
Gotcha. It looks like I can visibly see a pick in my storage, so we got that going on. So now I'm going to go to the my citizens information tasks, go to labor, go to miners. Okay, so I have... Yeah, only select to do this. Yeah, so I have 2 metal crafters and looks like a fisher dwarf. All right, now how do I tell if somebody has the skills for this or not?
Well, it'll appear under their name. So you see your miner is an expert miner, so that means nobody else has even dabbled in mining.
Gotcha. Let's see. So should I just leave it that way then? Yeah, right now I have people with no jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So, makes me one... Yeah, we have children too. Oh my goodness.
Yep. I think you got a migrant wave that actually came in because you started with 7.
Yeah, I started with...
So you got like 4 kids migrated it in. So you didn't get any laborers for that migration wave.
Oh, that...
Or no, wait. So 4 of the... Yeah, so you would have had like 2 adults show up. That's probably where the metal crafters came from, maybe.
Okay. And none of them were miners, which is unfortunate. And these are all just the alerts, right?
Tell one of them. You can just pick one and say, hey, you go do mining, and then
yeah,
you can go do mining.
Yep, it says some migrants have arrived. Recenter at the announcement location. Oh, they just waltzed in. Excuse me.
It used to pause whenever migrants showed up. So that was one of the things that confused me. It's just like, wait, where migrants come from?
Yeah. So I'm like, I need to set up beds for these children. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go ahead and hit play again, though. We've got some farming going. I want to set up a kitchen and the manager spot. But I have 1 more pick. So what I think we're going to do is pause, look at our people, and decide who... Right now, I don't think we need multiple metal crafters. So I'm thinking one of them can be sacrificed for the cause. So we'll go to tasks. Yeah, labor, there we go. Miners. There is Catton. Yeah, Catton can now dig. Now she'll automatically get the pickaxe herself, right?
Yep.
Cool. It seems like there's different... do these colors mean anything?
The colors, like, of their names?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just sort of to tell you like their branch of labor. So like the planter, he's at brown because there's this big, farming tier of job classes that are all sort of linked to the planter thing. And some of that has to do with guilds that once you get enough people of that certain type, they'll want a guild that they can go to as a location and they can socialize with each other and they can share information about their job to each other and teach each other stuff and skills.
Cool. But yeah, I definitely think sacrificing one or even two of the metal crafters right now because I ain't got metal is a good thing. And I see I got a bunch of copper, so if I can get them making copper shit, that'd be pretty good. But I've got the shells right now, so I've got my how do I make a stockpile priority?
I don't think you can. Generally, we would just do it based off of distance because they like to prioritize closer stuff.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you can like force and say, okay, if this stockpile is connected to this warehouse, then so there is a bit of stockpile management. I haven't fully mastered that.
Set for which workshops and stockpiles the stockpile gives items and takes from.
Yeah.
Sweet. So we'll just start clicking on random shit.
I messed up on that, and what's happened is it just shuts down the workshop because I didn't link the stockpiles properly. So sometimes I don't mess with that too much.
Cool. So I'm gonna tell it to take from this stockpile. There we go. Boom. I'm also, for my own convenience, for future me, I'm gonna say rename this one main wood. There we go. Good enough for me. So hopefully, if I set that up properly. All right. I'm gonna do a redundancy here because like I haven't done programming up specifically. I've done healthcare analysis, and so I have a very juvenile understanding of JavaScripting and Cobalt mainframe systems. So a lot of this retroness, the feel of it, I'm used to. So that's good. Like I honestly think I would have been better off entering Dwarf Fortress in ASCII mode, because then I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember this. This is my old job.
Yeah.
But like, this way is more this way is more fun because I mean, look, I've got yaks chilling out eating. I've got food, drinks, meat, fish, plants. I'm definitely not gonna.
Possible to like milk and shear them with a farmer's workshop.
Ooh. We'll do.
There's all kinds of like horizontal things that you could get distracted doing.
Yes. And it looks like they're planting right now. Oh, hey, look, I have my first plump helmet up here.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 2 miners rolling now. And I need to get my manager's shop up. Also, I need more beds, but like, hey, look at that. They are filling my wood spot up, so that's set up fine. Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I may need to set up just a more overfill area too for these two, but like I've got the wood and the stone set up in a very basic setup. I've got room for one more stockpile here. I mean, I've got room for one more shop here or 2 more shops here, but like I'm not sure what I would want to set here specifically. So the shell one was the one you mentioned. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Yeah, the crafts dwarf workshop will be able to make crafts out of rock, out of wood, out of bones and shells. So it's pretty versatile.
Sweet. So I think that's a not mining. Hold on. Yeah, workshop. Let's see. We have the bower, the carpenter, the crafts. There we go. Yeah, I think having them over here will be fine. And my most plentiful resource at the moment is the micro line, so we'll just go ahead and make it out of that. There we go. And that'll let my craft dwarfs get to work and making me things that I can sell. Because right now there's a lot of stuff that I know is in the game that I'm not sure if I could use. Like I want to get the metals and steels and stuff like that, and it seems the quickest way to do that is just trade for it.
Yeah, usually when I get into trading, one of the easiest and most profitable ways of making essentially trade value is actually prepared meals.
Sweet.
Crafts, you mostly just do that because you have like a lot of those resources, but they're pretty cheap resources. Um, so it gets hard to really make money unless you just have a huge volume of trade goods from crafts. But with foods, it's kind of that good thing where you've set up your food industry, you've got a good stockpile of food, enough so that you can sell off a surplus of prepared foods, which then frees up, your stockpiles to make more.
Cool. It looks like I have no water on this level.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. So that looks like I've got my farming. Honestly, I feel like I've gotten a pretty good starter area, or am I overlooking something?
By starter, what do you mean?
Like a good area for beginners and a starting, because like I've got like this land that I can just start farming in immediately because of the sand, and then I have this rock area to live in, and then I guess I
kind of depends if you're nearby any nasty neighbors.
All right, we could check that by looking at the world.
Yeah, the bottom right corner there.
Yep, I'm just right here, and it looks like all my neighbors are mostly just my boys.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got this forested area.
Yeah, depending on how long, because I think most of the bad stuff is on that gray area, which means that they haven't like fully gone evil with you. They've just, I think you have like one hostile thing.
Yep.
That's like
the Dark Goblin Fortress of a Witch Mortal.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the edgy edgelords over here. Okay, so that's I would assume that's pretty far away. Like there's a whole mountain range and a desert between me and them.
Some of them saying like 2 days travel.
Yuck. So basically, I'm going to want to, as one of my first goals, since there's only one hostile faction to me in the map, I want to either one send them some goblin shinies and be like, hey, dark dorks, here's some shiny baubles, leave me alone, or I want to burn them to the ground.
Yeah, they won't trade with you because they're part of this like dark faction.
Gotcha.
And so there's no real like diplomacy with them, except for them being neutral. But you're so small right now that they're not gonna notice you, and when they do, they're gonna send thieves to like try and steal your children and items.
Gross. So I should probably set up some traps. Set up some traps and get a military going, but I'm not quite there yet. So let's go to workshops and get our secondary farm built up in the red sand. And
pretty easy trap that's actually quite effective is the cage trap. You can make them out of wood, and it can capture a dragon. Yeah, they're very powerful.
You gotta love that. It's like the deadfall traps. It's like the most, like they're in RimWorld. There's like these little deadfall traps that cost a very small amount of material. Just make a hallway of a bunch of them, and the current in-game bosses you can summon can be felled by them.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few higher difficulty enemies that they're higher difficulty because they ignore traps, right? So there are some enemies that have a tag that just says ignore traps.
Sweet.
So they can just walk right through. But dragons don't have that. So they're capturable, but their savagery is so high you can't actually domesticate them. I think the closest thing to a dragon you can domesticate is a cave dragon. They don't breathe fire, but they're immune to fire and smoke. But they take like 35 years to mature.
So I'm going to do quarry bushes for spring. Cave wheat for summer. Is cave wheat... All right, what would you... Let's see.
So cave wheat, you can brew it into beer, or you can mill it into flour. Flour is like an ingredient that can go into cooking that's very high value. Beer, not as high value. You can cook with it as well, but it's got that dual purpose of being a drink, being a cooking ingredient.
Cool.
And so, in order to store the flour, you need a bag as well. So it's a bit more complicated than barrel and booze. Sweet pods, they can brew into rum,
Cool.
or you can press them into syrup, which stores into a barrel, or you can mill it into sugar into a bag. The syrup and sugar are similar in value. They're, cooking ingredient.
Cool. So since
Those are useful if you want to create a high value prepared meal.
with these kitchens and stuff, is there any reason not to just have a big open room for it, or should I have walls around?
I think I just reconnected.
All right, well, welcome back.
I don't know how much got cut off there.
I'm thinking about setting up my kitchen because I imagine that's pretty critical, as well as let's see, I got my first floor hallway. There's no reason I couldn't set up rooms, individual rooms up here, but I think I would want my managers and stuff on the layer below so that I can put their offices below their bedrooms and they can just, be very close to where they are.
Yeah, the main issue with your first layer is, of course, if you chop trees down, it's going to punch a hole through the floor.
Yes, which I'm just not. I already chopped one tree down. I chopped a couple trees down, but where are the floors?
Notice if there's grass growing in the ground, then that's where a hole is.
Gotcha.
Everybody starts saying, "Hey, wait, what? Why is there grass down here?"
Gotcha. So where would I be able to notice that immediately, though?
It takes a little bit of time before it grows. Aside from that, you might notice if you up on the surface floor, you might see on a hole where you see stone, you might see somebody a little faint shadow run through that square, and only that square, which means there's a hole.
Gotcha.
It used to be easier when you didn't have in the older version, the pre-Steam version, it didn't show what was on other layers, so you could see holes very easily.
Cool. So I think I'm going to mine this out to make this storage area the storage a little bigger.
Yeah, you need big wood and stone stockpiles.
Cool.
Unless you want to do quantum stockpiling.
I imagine just a bunch of barrels and then a bunch of layers.
What it is it's a mine. Well, one of the easiest ways to automate it is a mine cart, and you have an input stockpile, and that stockpile is linked to the mine cart. So when they put, say, a stone, because you can only store one stone on one spot normally in the stockpile, but the game allows for a near infinite number of objects to be in one square. So you have the dwarf deliver the stone to the first block. He then is ordered, there's a job to then take that stone and put it into the minecart, and then the minecart is ordered to dump to the next spot, which is another stockpile for the stone that's not linked to inputting stuff in. And so the result is that it will just keep stacking stones onto one spot.
Also, build wise, should I make little hallways in my stockpile, or will they walk over stuff just fine?
They don't care about walking over stuff.
So it won't slow them down?
Nope.
Perfect. All right. So that works just fine for me. Now I'm going to see if
People continue to debate about how much space a square actually is in Dwarf Fortress, because you can have 999 dragons in one square, and based on the volume of dragon, that's a lot of space technically, right?
Yep.
People have tried to do the math for it.
Yes. Now, of course, it might be that it's a video game, and Tynan had a little trouble with it. Programming is hard. So either there's infinite quantum space in every tile, or there's just been a little fudgery with the code to make things work.
Yep.
There we go. Whoop. That's definitely not correct. Hold on, I need to pause this while I'm screwing around.
Yeah, I'll also link a video to the quantum stockpile tutorial video where it's just like a little 4-minute
Cool.
video for future reference.
Oh yeah. I
don't actually use those myself, but
how do I? All right, so I'm trying to figure out how to shrink the stockpile now. It says repaint the stockpile, and then it automatically gives me a line.
Yeah, you have to click the little eraser button in the bottom middle area.
There we go. So we're gonna. Okay, there we go. That's working. So that's the size I want that one. Now I want to go to this stockpile, which our lovely lady standing in. There we go. Use stockpile. Toggle whether the stockpile can take. Nope. Let's repaint this one and make it big. There we go. Now we're going to go to stockpiles, make a new one. And I need to decide what will go into my craft one, which is gonna this one. I think we're gonna just set it for all bones and all that good stuff. All the craft stuff.
Yeah, so some of that is I think in the refuse tab. That's where like some of the bones and the shells are.
Cool. So we're gonna, and of course, bones don't make miasma, which I've been warned is a absolute newbie killer.
It's not that terrible. It's just if your fort is already like on the brink, and then you just have a rotting corpse, then yes, but early on it's not that bad.
Cool. But it's preventable, so I guess we'll go here and go to refuse. We'll go to custom, and while we'll go there, we want bone, shells, teeth. All right, so we're gonna say no to all corpses. Oh no, we're gonna accidentally click out. All right, we're gonna say no to all corpses. All right, body parts. I presume we say no to all body parts, right? Then skulls, bones, shells, teeth, horns, hooves, hair, wool, all that's good. All right.
Well, teeth you can't use. Horns, there are some crafts for horns. I don't think there's crafts for hooves. Hair and wool is for like your fabrics if you are shearing your animals, so you have that in your loom.
Cool. So I'll store those here for now, and then create a loom on another level. Cool. Because the craft shop is going to be using wood, stone, and the refuse.
Yeah. Now there is the output stuff for your crafts. Those go into, it can be stored into bins if you just want a lot of stuff in one square. So you can make a couple of wood bins as a way of, consolidating your crafts that you make.
Cool.
Those also are for like smelting bars. Bars and blocks can be stored in bins as well. So bins are a nice way of adding storage capacity.
Okay, so we're gonna do. Is there a way to do both refuse and corpses, or corpses and refuse are the same thing essentially, right?
I think corpses are sentience usually. So like your dwarves are gonna go into the corpse pile. Enemy goblins and stuff like that are gonna go into the corpse pile.
Gotcha. So I'm going to set up this set from which workshops a stockpile. The stockpile gives and takes items. We're going to say choose a stockpile from which the selected stockpile will take items. All right, we'll go back up a layer. And it will take all the stuff we want from this one. Refuse and corpses. Boom. There we go. So that should work. And I think here we want this to have a little bit more room, so we're going to just mine out in all directions. After exiting out, just go ahead and make that a little bigger. And we need to go ahead and get on that. See, do I have any doors done yet? It does not look to be the case.
Eventually, you'll have the office done.
Yes, the office is coming, I swear. There you go. And we'll go ahead and get that done now. I want it to be kind of symmetrical with this, so we're going to go on over this tile and go down. And I think we're going to give them nice room. So 3x3 sounds about. This isn't like RimWorld where I need a whole grand hall for one person's bedroom, right?
3x3 is pretty big by dwarf standards.
Yeah.
Like, I usually do a 2x3. The smallest that you should do, like if you want to go really minimalist, is 3 blocks.
Cool.
And that's because you want bed, coffer, and chest. And they can walk over furniture, no problem.
Cool. So we have his bedroom. Can they have stairs in their bedroom, or will that make them sad?
They can. In fact, I think there's some like designs that actually make use of it.
Cool. So he's gonna, since he's a dwarf of good stature, he's gonna have a stairwell to his own private office in his room, and that will make him having a bigger room make a little more sense. So he'll just be able to go right down to his private office down here, and it'll also be 3x3 just for symmetry's sake. There we go. I'm seeing that there's canals and stuff. One thing I've been a little spoiled on is mist is a big deal apparently. Or wait, is mist a big deal, or is it more just fun and like that's why people like to talk about it?
So it does give them a positive mood bonus. So if, say, you have a mist waterfall in your dining hall area where lots of dwarves go in and out, or like just a high traffic hallway, then it's gonna overall give you more mood bonuses, right? So that's what it comes down to, is just trying to maximize the amount of positive mood things. You know, dwarves don't like rain, they like mist.
Cool. That makes sense. But that definitely sounds like icing. I'm still working on cake. So I've got...
Yeah, in your Discord, I actually posted a picture that somebody... It's one of the designs that people have for like high density bedrooms.
Cool.
And so like the red is the staircases, and then the brown is doors, and then there's 3 gray blocks for every bedroom.
Cool. I'll bring it.
How I know some people have actually made those as like, as their fortress goes vertical, they just have layers of these because it's less walking distance, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
And so they'll just have like stacks of these. It's just like high density, dwarf apartments.
Yeah, I may make use of that. And
you can actually make templates that dig these sorts of things out automatically. You just click, and then it'll like print the pattern.
Cool.
Which was a thing in the old version. There was like a DF hack program we would download to do stuff like that. I think there's a feature like that in this game. I just haven't really experimented with it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep it simple. I think I'm doing good using I think I'm doing good right now using more than one Z level, because the RimWorlder in me would, like, if I had just said I'm gonna play this exactly like I normally play, everything would have been done on one layer, and it'd have been a big sprawling base. But I think I'm doing an okay job stacking shit.
Yeah, that's why RimWorlds, it's very optimized for lower populations. And so your populations individually are much better.
Mhm.
Well, but then you don't have like the super high density that you can see in like Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah. Let's see. So I've got the beds made. Looks like I've got the digging. Yeah, the digging has started. All right. So we're about to finally have our office. Sweet. There we go. And I'm sure she's not thrilled to. She's like, I'm a metal worker, and we just laugh and go, no, no, no. Here's your pickaxe. Metalworking. Ah, you think we're doing that? Saving game. All right. So I need to get a chair and table, and I imagine I need a bunch of those because I'm going to want them to have a kitchen area and an eating area, which we don't have yet. Let's add new. Let's see, carpenter's workshop.
You only really need one chair per table because they can't multi-use the same table. Some people do it because it looks cool to have like the table and a couple of chairs around it.
Yeah, I'm not quite at the point that I want everything to look cool, because like before I make things look cool, which I will absolutely do. I just want it to work first. There we go.
Yeah, like for your meeting hall area, you generally do want a pretty big area because it will calculate dancing area. And because there will be performances and people will dance and they'll sing and they'll all line up and stuff like that. And so it will figure out like the largest square space, and then it'll determine that as the dance space area for it.
Cool. It looks like I've got more beds coming in already, which is good. And yep, I've got this area filling with wood and bricks. The shells are not going into my refuse pile for some reason. We have shells out and about. Do I have to tell them to collect it, or will they just do it naturally?
Hard to say.
Let's see. I'm just looking at the various things here. We have bush tit remains. We have turnips. We have a whole bunch of seeds out here. Let's see. While I'm at it, I might as well zone more collecting, because there's just shit everywhere. Yeah,
we do also want to get the brewer going as soon as well.
Okay.
Sometimes even before you get the kitchen going, I usually get the still, because drinks have a really good value. Because if your people drink water, they don't get very happy. They actually lose productivity.
Gotcha. They lose productivity. They go slow. Well, we have our plump seeds going here, so I imagine we would want to set up storage and stuff for that over here without digging into this water.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll keep an entire wall between us and that, and just build it right here, open concept like, and just let this be our brewing area. As far as the kitchens and stuff go, would engraved walls help them at all, or does that not really matter? Or the works?
Not really.
Okay. I imagine that matter.
The only risk of digging on the first floor again is tree cutting.
Gotcha. And I can build floors to go over the holes when they come up, right?
Yep. It's just.
Yeah, I did.
Using, like grazing space and stuff like that. Depends how much you want to use the ground.
Gotcha. And like the trees over here, I don't intend on chopping down, because they're except for this willow tree. Yeah, which I'm not going to cut the ones next to the brook, because I don't want to get flooded. Yeah, like holy crap! Am I right in that this is just a ridiculous amount of resources everywhere, or is that just normal?
That's pretty normal. I mean, if you were in a biome that was like a desert, then you would be really strained on like gatherable foods and trees and stuff. Or if you're up in a tundra biome, of course, then very, very little is up there.
Gotcha. So this is basically just like the temperate forest in forest. Like it's like here is enough supplies that you can't possibly die from starvation. Have fun.
Yeah, like you collecting everything here, it would probably be the next year before you actually like get around to collecting and processing all of it.
Oh, this is way more sand than I expected.
Yeah, I think it's because the rock, like the wall is rock, but then the floor is sand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to find. I'll go to the first area that I know isn't sand and dig there then.
Because yeah, your drink stocks are at 0, so your
All right.
dwarves are gonna gradually get upset and less productive.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna fix that right now because we definitely have plump helmet seeds all.
Yeah, and there's like fruits that they can also eat as well. So there's lots of raw foods that they can eat, and they don't mind it really. It's
Cool.
not like in RimWorld where if they eat raw food, they're like, I hate you.
Gotcha.
Unless
So
it's like strawberries.
there you go. Yeah, it's getting interesting. You can do mushrooms now too. It all like they added a lot of complexity with the expansions, especially ideology. If you like Dwarf Fortress, you will probably want the ideology expansion for RimWorld just because it gives you a lot more depth.
Yeah, a lot of the times when they do their updates in RimWorld, it's kind of like they look over at Dwarf Fortress and go, "What do they do?"
Oh yeah, and like he definitely like when the Dwarf Fortress Steam thing came, he cheered. I definitely think there's a good relationship there. Good to store your food and drink in a closed room. Vermin can tear into your barrels. Rock pots or metal barrels are more resilient than wood as well. Thank you, William. Right now, before we
He's
worry
got
about
cats. His cats will just destroy the vermin.
yes, I am going to be the cat dwarf. Now I've got. All right, so I've got my workshops up: farming, furnaces, ashery, bowery, carpenter, crafts. All right, not furniture.
Yeah, so it's in farming.
That makes sense.
Yeah, farming and then the still.
Workshops, farming, steel. And what I think is I'm going to put the since I have the plum helmets here, I'm going to have my still here and have the storage just right next to the farm. And I'm going to make this.
Probably want like a row of barrel stockpile nearby, and then you can also put a specialized, food stockpile that's the brewed kinds of foods that you want, right?
Cool. So I got that set up. I got the
They don't have to go so far.
Now I want to make a stockpile right here outside the sand. And we're going to hit accept. And we're going to go to food, custom, and right for now it can just be all. But as soon as we make the others, we'll set that up. We'll also
So we'll put things like prepared foods into there and drinks into that stockpile as well.
yes. I'm trying to
So
just
eventually you can specialize it, so you'll have like a section for the barrels and a section for the brewables.
go, and I'm going to set up brewing right away. Add new task. Brew drink from fruit.
Whenever you get the office done.
The office is coming, but I ran out of booze. Oh no! Actually, the office is built. I just need to put the furniture in it. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way because I'm sure opinions have been building up on that. Let's see. Also, I should probably. I'm gonna take 1 second to use the restroom.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I'm guessing beer is critically important.
Well, they can live off of water, but they will much rather drink some kind of alcohol.
Yes, I've lived with people who are dependent on alcohol. I know how happy they are about not having alcohol. Let's see. Hey, we'll all right, so we want to do a work order. We're going to create a new work order. We'll go to our brewery. Our still, there we go. And are there any all right, so the mushrooms count as plants here despite being cool. So
Your cave wheat and your sweet pods.
cool. So we'll do brew drinks from plant. And let's see, do we want to do any customization to this?
Usually I'll do it in a way that I don't overuse my barrels and I don't like overflow my stockpiles with drinks because that absolutely can happen. So I'll put in like maybe I'll say don't have more than 100 drinks in stock.
Cool. Right now,
that way, because one drink is one barrel, right?
Damn. So
well, technically, there's more drinks inside of the barrel, so it doesn't quite work out like that. So, but yeah, one brewing job is one barrel.
Cool.
But I think by drink numbers, it can be higher because there's more drinks inside of a barrel.
Cool. So we'll set that up, and I've got orders to make barrels, so that should be okay to an extent.
Available. That way, you don't get a bunch of error messages. That's one of the ways that you can clean up your work orders, or else you'll get spammed errors.
All right. So let's. All right. So I'll get basically if I don't have enough stuff, I'm gonna get spammed.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's just something if you wanted to clean up your game plan a little more. But for a long time, I would just have like huge lists of error messages as I was getting used to different things.
Gotcha. We're gonna go ahead. Cool. So we got the make barrels. We need to make a chair. So I'll type in the word chair first. Make wooden chair.
Throne.
Oh, make throne.
Yeah, rock throne is what it's called. There's sometimes the name changes depending on the material. So you might find it like a wooden chair, but then it's a rock throne.
There you go. Make rock throne. Cool. And I'm gonna make.
I think you have to manually make it because your work orders won't get done if your manager doesn't have his office.
Well, they've been all my work orders have been getting done. I think it's just going slower than if I had one.
I think it's just because you've manually issued those beds earlier.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because those yellow dots means that they're waiting for the manager.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I guess we'll manually go in here and add the new task. Add new task. There you go. Make a rock throne. Add a new task. Whoop. Yeah, I love typing stuff and in the wrong pane. Add new task.
Yeah, the old system was all keyboards, so whenever you went in to a workshop, it was all by keyboard. And so then even finding like the thrones, it was all done by keys. So you had to like remember, okay, T was table, like N was I think throne.
Cool. So we will have our we've got a spot for our office here. We just need the thing to get done. We have our spot for our beer going. Hopefully this isn't the end of my fort already. Like if
Oh, they won't dehydrate or anything unless it's like cold enough that come winter the river freezes.
Oh shit!
That's
That
usually that's usually the first hurdle I find is if people don't get their drinks going and winter hits and they don't have and they totally relied on the local stream for water.
Although it is a grim reminder of the winter's hardship to come, the supply caravan from Earth Mirror is a welcome sight. Their eyes are. All right, so should I even bother with them at the moment, because like I'm not trade ready.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky to get enough stuff for that first trade. And even if you do, you tend to not be able to sell them too much. Like you might be able to sell them some raw ores or gems, and you might be able to get some like extra seeds out of them, right?
Yeah, but like it looks like there's just an ass ton of seeds are all around already. So like I'm not. I definitely will get to a point where I'm like everything you have that I would like, give to me, but we're not there yet.
Most of the seeds are like the above ground stuff that you've been harvesting, I think.
Yeah, and
And it's the underground ones, like the plump helmets. The more you scale that up, the faster you can get into just making more drinks out of it. It's a stable, reliable system because above ground stuff can be a bit dangerous later on.
go. So we're gonna drop that table there, and then we're gonna drop the. Let's see, where's the furniture chair? There we go. Boom. Oh, we don't have the chair there. All right, so we have the table already somewhere because it let me put it down.
Oh, yeah, it's because he hasn't made the chair yet. Or it's being hauled. And
Yes.
so it's not actually considering that it's in stock.
And he's going to get his own private bedroom because, you know, he's our manager. He deserves it. Especially after the he's had to put up with me struggling through the interface. I will say though, like the tutorial in this game covers just like they have the help screen, which is good, but like the game didn't tell me about farming plots, or hey, they didn't even mention beer.
Well, remember, this game didn't have a tutorial even before the Steam version, so
Oh yeah,
the first tutorial ever for this game.
which is cool. I do appreciate it. I honestly think this help menu right here is good. Like this, so like they're doing it good. They got a good system in there. It's yeah.
Yeah, so his diplomacy button right now, that's for like you can choose markup items that he will try to bring more of those next year because you're willing to pay more for them. So essentially he's going to double the price next year for those items that you mark. So if you say we're on the tundra biome,
Gotcha. Since I'm on the easy biome, I think I'll just be like whatever you have because I'm a penny pincher.
Eventually you can like get so much trade value that you will just buy out everything from him and then just tell him like bring more, and then he's going to bring like wagons full of stuff. Assuming you need it all. Sometimes you don't need it all.
Yep.
There were forts back in the day where, depending on the resource distribution of your map generation, you'd set up on a biome and there was no iron, so you couldn't make steel. So you'd have to import all of the iron from like toys and stuff. So you would just buy out the traders' toys, anything with iron in the name, and you just melt it down.
There we go. So he's got the willow beds. The thing is I see where they're storing the beds. I don't see any doors. I do see a chair though, so
I think you might have like the bed set to just forever produce. You might have a job.
Oh, let's fix that right away because I don't need forever beds, especially since I've specifically said I'm going to avoid chopping down trees. Let's see. Let's fix that. So we'll go to our work orders.
I don't think it's in the work orders. I think it's just in the workshop where you manually was entering stuff in, maybe.
No task there. The only task here is make a rock throne. Yeah, these are cleared. It is just the work tab order. So with that in mind, we'll go back there.
Yeah, so that might have just been from your leftovers from before you started doing the work orders. You
Gotcha.
ordered a bunch of beds.
Gotcha. I've got 6 sitting there, so and I'm gonna need those anyway, so it's not a huge deal.
Yep.
And guess what? We have our chair now, so I can make that into an
You
office.
can see from your work orders the green check on the brews and the rock thrones. So currently, your guys are doing some of these work orders already. I think.
Wait, why do I have 2 aluminum thrones? I definitely didn't order. I definitely didn't. All right, so we're gonna. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and remove that task now. There we go. We've got beds being put in. All right, now that we have this office made, I presume we need to. Oh, yep, there's someone sitting at it. That's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
But I presume we need to make this a office, correct?
Yeah, because I think it's just like a kid'll. Yeah, the dwarven child is just gonna like hang out there and play.
Yep. I mean, good for them. They're making use of what we got. Hold on, I need to try that again. All right, this is an office. Cool. Oh, that's assistance. Repaint zone, suspend zone, remove. Assign a new existing location to this zone? No. Alright. So I made this an office. How do I make it specifically my manager's office?
Is your manager the expedition leader?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see.
So you would have that like dwarf face with the plus on it.
There you go. Oh, I thought that said assistant, not assignment. So there we go. Code again. You now have an office. Now, can I assign the bed to him? Can you? All right. So, new zone, bedroom. There we go. We're gonna hit.
Yeah, when you get into making large amounts of bedrooms, so long as there's a bed and a door to enclose the area, you can click that multi-tab that pops up just below where the accept button is, and that allows so you can like highlight a really large area, and then it will just auto-generate bedroom zones separately for every area that contains a bed and a door enclosed.
Okay, turns out I do have doors, so we're gonna go ahead and start dropping some of those in. Yep, all 2 of them. Would it? All right, should I set up engravement and soothing wait, no, I've got. All right, I do have brewing. How can I tell if it's happening?
So if you hit the in some cases you'll see your drink stocks go up on the top, and so that means you're filling up on drinks. You can also see inside the workshop there was like a barrel of dwarven wine that wasn't yet hauled away.
Cool.
Did you set your manager to also be your bookkeeper?
I
I
have.
think so, because I noticed some of your numbers are losing the squiggly buttons. So I think he's doing his counts as well right now, if you have a bookkeeper.
All right. How do I cancel a mining task? Because I accidentally mined more than I wanted to.
It is that eraser button next to the smooth button.
There we go. Perfect. Cool. So I'm going to dig out more, and now that I've got brewing going, I want to get my kitchen up. And let's see. My plants are in the green. My fish is at none. Which I don't need fish until I have something to do with them.
Well, yeah, you have to process them, so you need the fish workshop thingy.
Cool.
That automatically creates jobs to clean the fish.
Cool. So we'll get that going. But first, we're getting the kitchen going because we want to set up meals for our peeps. That I presume eating's good. Oh man, why are you sad? Hold on. Irish, what are your thoughts? Uneasy about being unable to pray to Shamal, the unholy mange, for too long? All right, Irish, now hear me out. What if I don't want you praying to whatever the fuck that is? Sounds bad, okay? I think you can just...
You can turn your meeting hall, like you can make like one big zone that's say your meeting hall and also make it the temple as well.
Cool.
That way if you are short on space.
Getcha. I don't think I'm short on space. I'm not sure where I'd want to make my meeting hall. Now, can I cheese it and just make it my hallway my meeting hall?
Yep.
Cool. And that'll give me a spot to first... Alright, so I think having our meeting hall just right here would be fine.
You have to make it a meeting hall, and then you create a location for that zone. And then you can say that it's like a tavern, or you can say that it's a temple. Taverns allow guests to come in, which is both good and bad.
Cool. So I would say, so for level 1, we'd want our tavern, I would guess. And we'll just...
Depends. People come in, I think they drink your stuff sometimes, but sometimes they'll come in to entertain your dwarves. Eventually, it's a way for people to come in to try and plot and like steal your stuff.
Yep, that sounds about that sounds about par for the course. So we'll make this one our tavern. Then we'll go down. I guess here we'll go ahead and just throw in our meeting hall for our peeps lower. But yeah, I imagine the ghouls and goblins, the bad guys, will be coming in through the tavern. But I would hope that overall it's good. Look at all those fish.
Be a ambitious character in, like, say, a human civilization. He might say, "Hey, I want that item that you made."
And then I'll be like, "So you want to buy it?"
No, they come to steal it.
Gotcha. Okay, so
a guy will come up with a plot, and he will get an agent of his to go to your fort, try to figure out how to take it, either directly himself or to convince somebody in your fort to take it for him.
Gotcha. But yeah, that room catacomb design you showed me, I'm gonna do next, and I'm gonna do it like next to my like super office rooms.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, right now we've got a manager with an office, his own bedroom. And then we have our barracks for everyone else. Now I need to start like reading these notifications. Let's see. You can recenter on certain announcements by right-clicking on them. You have struck stuff. All right. Yeah, we struck a bunch of stuff. I'm okay with that. Left click. All right. Merchants have arrived. Okay. How do I get announcements to go away?
You just right-click them.
Okay. We don't care what we struck. Left click to...
From 13 people to 19 people, so you had another migrant wave too.
Yep, that is for sure. So I should set up more freaking beds. Okay. Like, it doesn't feel like that much time has passed, and I've spent more of the game paused than unpaused.
Well, you haven't done a full year yet, so...
All right, I should build my... it should be before a year passes that I make my kitchen. So we'll go ahead and get that done. The rain sound of this game is so just accurate. It makes me want to check outside to see if it's starting to rain.
Oh, yeah, I noticed you're on your year 50, which is kind of why some of the stuff is the way it is. So you might... I don't even know if you have necromancers, really.
Yeah. Well, I was warned that now, granted, my friend does run Dwarf Fortress on a potato, but he had warned me that if you may run things too long, that it can eventually just seize your computer up?
So Tarn, the main developer, he's actually done a bunch of optimization while he was working on the Steam version.
Cool.
So from what I've heard is it's actually much better than before. So you don't melt your computer as easily. Like it's going to be a lot more work. You have to your forts can live a lot longer now.
Cool. Cool. So like I just went for a small place and then I went for the 50-year development because I figured, if I knocked it down one each, it wouldn't be that bad.
Well, the time is just like how much history goes by. It doesn't really slow you down, though the world gen gets slowed down. But the world gen is insanely fast now. Like you could do 200 years no problem, whereas before, 200 years, it would take you like half an hour or to an hour, depending.
Cool.
But now it's like, less than 5 minutes to generate a world to
Cool.
like beyond 100 years. But essentially, in the world gen, the gods will drop a couple of slabs that teach the secrets of life and death. And so certain characters they don't want to die. So they'll go and search for these and become immortal. And that turns them into a necromancer if they can find one. And then once one guy learns that, he then attracts apprentices who want to learn as well. And so the more time passes, the more necromancers spread around. They start like making towers, building armies, interfering in politics and stuff like that.
Cool.
And so early, you're not going to see like big necromancer armies going around. It's going to be more savagery. There's going to be more like crazy creatures going around, like dragons and cyclopses, because they haven't died out as much.
Gotcha. So dragons and cyclopses are going to be the bane of my fort then, by the sound of it.
Possibly.
Cool.
Depends if because they actually are living in certain areas, and you might have an embark, which if your embark is actually on a dragon's home, then you're gonna have a dragon just sitting right there at the start.
Sweet. What's the worst that could happen? I'm wondering where I should put my butcher, tanner, and all that. If I should probably just put them a level under. Because I put my kitchen and stuff right at the top. But I've got, yeah.
I mean,
So,
you can always put staircases to connect them.
yeah, that's what I'm probably going to do. Because I've got my
Vertical. Think vertical, man.
Yes. That cool. So I've got vertical down. The only downside is I kind of wish I put the kitchen can be here fine. Yeah, I probably should.
Usually what we usually do is we find where the magma layer is, which is like some around like minus 50 to minus 80 elevation. And that's where you can set up all of your like magma industry. And then based around that, we tend to make like the new fort.
Gotcha. So, all right. Well, we got the kitchen going at least though. So, and we got the brewer, and we're about to build the butcher and stuff. I just got to kind of think of where I want to build the rest of that, because I was building this to be my tavern, to be just right up here at the front. Now, will it matter if they see all this stuff when they're coming in and see the like?
Yeah, there's no beauty standards for like having junk laying on the floor.
Gotcha. But will they try to steal shit on the way in and out though? Is what I'm wondering.
No, the things that they'll steal are objects like your artifacts. So if a dwarf once in their life has a chance of making a unique artifact, you'll know it because they have like some kind of strange mood effect that'll happen, and they'll go over and claim a workshop, and they'll try to make this object.
Gotcha. So it pays to have all the workshops before that starts happening, I would presume.
Or at least the craft types.
Gotcha.
Right? Depending on their skill, if they are, say, a weaponsmith, and they're going to try to claim a metal smelting, or no, not that, the metal workshop, And then they might make like a really nice sword, or they might just make, a sword out of copper, which isn't as useful as if you had steel for them. So there's a bit of metagaming if you want to try to maximize the value of artifacts. But at the same time,
There we
the
go.
more value you generate, the more threats start to look at you and come after you. So
Yeah, I take it with migrant waves. There's no way to tell them, "Hey, leave me alone."
Um, I know in the older way of doing it before Steam, we had there's a it was called Lazy Noob Pack, and it was like an app that you would start up, and it would help to load other apps to run the game with other things like the DF hack, which allowed you to use mouse controls. But one of the things that it would allow you to do is to set hard caps on population.
Ah,
So you
cool.
could say, hey, I don't want to go over 30 people.
Gotcha. But
And then you could later on change that number.
yeah, regardless, my thing with modding, because I love modded RimWorld and stuff like that, but I always try to do a vanilla playthrough. That way, I know what I want modded or not. Because like you're very, I can go into defense mode real quick and be like, I don't want anything to be hard at all, not a dang thing. And then after I've gotten over the initial anxiety of it, and it's like, oh, okay, I want all the difficulty because I play RimWorld with the no pause challenge on.
Mm-hmm.
So like as I get over the information curve and get over the initial anxieties, I start going faster and faster to the point that I can just flow through it. And I'll get to that point with Dwarf Fortress here in a few hundred hours.
Yeah, I know some of the higher difficulty stuff was like making different types of factions that can attack you with different. Like one of the examples was like people like to do a chaos dwarves, and they're very well armored. Whereas normally you're not going to fight that many highly armored enemies. The goblins at best will have some iron armor, maybe the rare piece of steel. If you piss the elves off enough, they're just going to attack you with wood.
So they seem like the tribals in RimWorld. You want to piss them off so that like your random attack encounters aren't as bad.
I mean, they can be good for trading like animals because they like to live in these exotic biomes, so they tend to have some pretty exotic animals. But you can also send raids to just take livestock from them. So
Cool.
usually they just end up pissing you off because they just keep ambushing you.
For
They'll attack and they're invisible when they come in.
for engraving, do you want specified people to do this, or is everybody fine?
Usually I'll try to keep it to one person, or at least a select few, just to train them more, because they'll engrave an image based on history. And so sometimes you can specify it to somebody in particular because they will trend to make the image based off of their memories and their lived experiences.
Gotcha.
So if you want the extra fluffy lore, you could have like say Taucid Zenomanum. He has a wife and she dies. You could have him engrave images about her in the tomb.
Gotcha.
The tomb.
Would it be smart to have our expedition leader do it, since he's like gonna be the most experienced and happy guy most of the time? Since he's getting his own bedroom he's got to have 2-floor bedroom set up.
Well, you have to smooth the walls first, which is the stone cutter job.
Gotcha. And that's fine. Or would I want, just the stone cutter to do it?
Yeah, so usually I just have like all the stone cutter jobs pretty open to everybody, but then the engravers I'll have them limited.
Gotcha. I'll just limit it to I'll just limit it to Taucid. That way because like I'm not gonna be doing it a whole lot. There's definitely priorities over it. But hey, we finally have that office and we have our kitchen and brewer set up.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go ahead and I want to do the task under the work orders. So we'll.
Yeah, but did you also make the manager the bookkeeper? Forgot it. If you did that.
I don't think I did that, so we'll go to... That would be nobles and administrators.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, darling. Yeah, since it's curry, I'm going to need a napkin. Ah, all right.
Yeah, so the bookkeeper needs the same thing as the manager in office, so they can do the same job really pretty easily.
Yeah. It asks for a different person.
It does? No, it usually doesn't.
Oh, no, I see Kogan. There we go.
Oh, it's because the planter, he's got the skills of being a proficient record keeper.
Sweet. Well, we'll set
So
him.
he would do it a little faster of a job, but then you'd have to make him his own office.
I think we can do that in under a year.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go ahead and do that since he's got the proficiency for it.
Yeah, because he'll just go over to there. He'll spend a couple of turns, and then he'll just count up your stocks. So,
And I think we'll have the fancy offices on this level. On this level, yeah, I think that'll be fine. And we'll go to the left a bit. Here we go. Because I'm gonna want the comb of bedrooms to go to the right. The ones with offices attached to them, I'll have go to the left, and I think that'll be good enough for me. So we'll go mine, the main artery. Yep. Something like this will work. Not 100% sure what I'm doing here, but we'll understand it eventually.
well, remember, you always have like 150 layers of rock that you can play with and design
Yes.
different fort designs. Though there's actually quite a lot of extensive caverns in some layers.
Yes, I don't want to dig too deep and too greedily just yet.
There's some use to doing that. If you puncture into a cavern layer and then you block it off, the spores from that underground cavern come in. And so, farmable soil, if you haven't built a farm on there, it'll start to grow moss. And your grazing livestock can actually eat that.
Sweet.
And so you can set up an area for an underground pasture to keep all of your grazing animals alive and safe.
Yeah, imagine in RimWorld your pastures are just safe from enemies. They'll just ignore them to keep going and attack you. I imagine that's not the case here.
They tend to just attack whatever they see first. In my current volcano fortress, I've lost all of my surface layer pasture animals because all of the bow goblins saw them and were just like, oh, instead of pathing through the dangerous volcano area, let's just head over here and murder these animals real quick.
Yep. Good news is I've set up more bedrooms for people in this little barracks room.
Mm-hmm.
I did set this up to be a barracks, I presume. Let's see.
I think you just need a dorm, but
yeah, dorm.
Barracks. Yeah, there is some use to doing like an early barracks thing where you try to start training your dwarves in just at least some like combat basics. Part of it's also a mood thing, but I think it's because you didn't fully zone the area off. Oh, you hit the brush.
Yeah, I hit the brush and the brush is weird. I think that did it. Yeah, it is a dormitory. Oh, oops. Hold on. Accidentally made a part of the hallway part of the dormitory, so we'll go to zones again. Go to the eraser.
Yeah, it's the game. I don't know if it's the one that's still up on Steam. I'm gonna go check the Steam store, see if it's still, because that for a while Dwarf Fortress was up on the top sellers. So, but no, it's fallen off from the tops.
Yeah, I missed that first wave. I was in the middle of yeah. I'm a small streamer. I mean, hundreds of subscribers is not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think I'll get better and better, and eventually I'm going to write guides. Because in addition to this, I'm also studying DaVinci 18. So I want to when I make guides, I want them to be high quality videos. I don't want it to be like a here's a playthrough and guide at the same time. I want to be like, this is a guide, highly edited, with factual, overly studied information. Like, cause like, yeah, I want people to look at my shit and go like, oh wow, this is like like an actual training guide from a corporation.
Yeah, there's some stuff that people have gone in like super deep into this game for stuff.
Right. We're gonna go ahead and make a zone here. All right. I'm surprised there's no option in game for population. You can set in Dwarf. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go into the TXT.
Yep. And that definitely before I touch the TXT, there's a lot of other stuff I want to do first. Let's see, dining hall.
Yeah, even when you get to like 100, it starts to feel like you've just got a little too many dwarves, unless you're just going all in on the military, and you just start conscripting anybody who shows up to your fort. You're just like, hey, welcome to the military.
Yes. All right, so I have my dining hall set up. It's not much of a dining hall, but it's there. Let's see what we can do to make it suck less. All right, we have doors. Yeah, because they're all meeting out around the caravan still, which I imagine is bad. They have the kitchen set up. All right, we're going to accept.
Mostly because of the rain.
Yeah, so I want to get them out to stop standing out in the rain like a bunch of dorks. So
it's also worth noting that if they spend too much time underground, they develop a sickness to the sun.
Gotcha.
And then it scales for every year that they don't get exposed to the sun. They can get really bad when they go out. They just start like puking uncontrollably in pretty bad cases.
Wow.
So for military, you tend to want your military to get some sun exposure. You could do that by like setting up like a training area, and then set up like a scheduled training time that they get to go topside for a little bit. Give them a little sunlight.
Makes sense. Now, am I blind, or is there? Where's the tavern option?
Oh yeah, you do a meeting area, and then you create a location.
All right, meeting area.
Which is that shield with a plus.
All right.
That's also how you do the temple.
Gotcha. All right, so you said shield with a plus. I said click the play area.
Oh, when you paint it and you've created the zone, you'll see that like dwarf head with the plus. If you want to assign it to a dwarf, but it's a meeting area, so it can't be assigned to a dwarf. So there's only the shield with a plus.
Gotcha.
You've highlighted it.
Cool. So we'll do this and make this the. We'll make this the new temple, I guess. It's a dining hall, so it can be a temple / dining hall, right?
Yep.
We're gonna say no specific deity for the moment.
Yeah, you can actually see like some of the details on some of the different gods, like what do they stand for.
Yes, and I will give much respect. All right, so how? All right, so I'm gonna delete this zone real quick. There you go. I'm removing the whole dang thing because it was a bit cramped. So I'm realizing now that I can't use this wall for both of them. So there you go. We'll just do it like that.
You can use the same. You can overlap the walls. It's fine.
All right. How do I overlap them?
Yeah, you just drag it over and it'll overlap.
Okay. We'll do repaint real quick. Accept. Oh yeah, they do overlap. Cool.
It's just if you want to maximize the amount of value, like if you smooth and engrave that wall, it's going to add value to the location.
Bingo, that's what I was doing. So I made this the temple.
Mm-hmm.
Now this will be the all right new zone. Sweet. I'm starting to figure it out a little more. I feel big brain now.
Yeah, so you can like make usually for some of these locations you want a chest of some kind or coffer to store items in there. Like when it comes to a tavern, you will want mugs for people to drink. There's also instruments can be stored in chests as well, which the temple and the tavern can make use of. And then for the temple, there's also an altar for people to. I think it's for the priest to do stuff. If you make the temple big and fancy enough, you can recruit a priest for it.
Yep. I just realized I hadn't made a work order for the food, so.
Mm-hmm. So simple meals are the best EXP because they're very fast to make.
Hmm?
And lavish meals are more for you trying to like min-max either food production or value for trading.
Makes sense. We'll start with easy meals.
Yeah, because it's 2 ingredients, needs 1 solid. The other one can just be a liquid or whatever. It could just be another solid. Ideally, you would want to try to use up all your non-solids, but that depends on which is closest and how the behaviors work on your guys grabbing items. Sometimes they'll grab a whole barrel, and then they'll just use the whole barrel full of just the 1 ingredient for the whole thing, even if you wanted them to mix it. So there's ways of finagling it so that you get them to reliably make the kind of meals you want them to.
Good. All right, so I'm going to want a bunch of tables and chairs by the look of it, so we'll go ahead and make those work orders now.
Mm-hmm.
So work order, yeah, you weren't joking when you said it was going to be pages and pages.
Yeah, once you get the smelter going, you add about an extra page just to automate. So whenever you get a different type of ore, you just immediately start smelting it. But then you have like 3 different types of copper ores, 3 different types of iron ores, and normally it's not as big of a deal, but because the default resource setting is on very high, you get all of the resources.
There we go. So looks like I got most. Yeah, so I have it where it's going to set me up 10 doors at any given time. I'm not sure if that's super necessary, but yeah. We're going to go ahead and we'll let her do that because like the fancy pants. I'm gonna have like a fancy pants district because from what I understand that they're gonna need, looking at some of the stuff, they're gonna need their own dining hall. Now they don't need each individually need their own dining hall, right? There's just like one fancy pants one will do, or is it like these people are gonna just want a whole fort to themselves essentially?
So with nobles, especially, this will mostly pop up when you hit that 50 mark and you get the mayor. He wants his own dining room and of a certain quality.
Gotcha.
And then he'll also want his own study, which is the office, and of its own quality. And if you have those overlapping together, it like halves the quality value of it. So you kind of want to make separate ones. Because you could overlap. They both require like a table and a chair. But if they overlap, you have to make it extra fancy to compensate. He also wants things like armor stands, weapon racks, coffers, cabinets, sometimes statues, depends. His standards go up higher as you gain more people. And eventually you can get like a baron involved into there, and then the baron will have even higher standards, and If you get really big, you'll have like other nobles showing up, and including like possibly the king and queen of your civ will show up and say, "Hey, we're living here now."
And that's pretty much that's pretty badass if you just become the center of your whole empire.
Hmm. Though you can't make like requests from the caravans anymore, from the trade caravans, because you are the place.
Ah,
As you grow, like hamlets will start spawning around you because of your economic influence, and they'll be considered part of your sphere. And so you can actually have a messenger noble whose job is to just go out to these guys and like make requests. So you can ask for, tribute or population from them.
gotcha. Trying to think, where do I want to put my butcher? I made some extra room here, but I can just use that for storage. So I'm thinking on this level will be our butcher and stuff, even though I would have preferred it closer to the surface. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you also want to get into a habit of checking out those left icons and also the diplomacy, because I think you still have the liaison from your civilization who still wants to like talk to you.
It's like, not now. We're trying to figure out the basics. He's like, hey, yeah. Are you sure you don't want to talk to me? I'm like, dude, no, go away. We're good. There we go.
There's a couple of other icons on there that'll like help you figure stuff out, about like what's going on in your fort.
Cool. Weather, got it. You can react to certain announcements. Yeah, because right now I got a few unhappy people, but like nobody's red faced at me yet. You can, all right, make beds. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Left click to.
Yeah, seeing like when your work orders are complete can be nice, because then you're like, oh yes, it's done.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see like you got some guys who they leveled up enough that their job title changed.
Sweet. The merchant from Narsa will be leaving soon. That's fine. They can go. We ain't ready for them. Okay, you can re-enter on certain announcement. Okay, the outpost liaison has arrived. All right. The outpost. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the guy with the diplomacy button.
Yeah, you can recenter certain announcements. Let's see. An animal has grown to become a stray gander. Animals growing. Okay, I'm not.
Yeah, so your migrant waves will sometimes come with animals as well. So it's kind of important to keep an eye on that, because they might bring animals that you need to pasture.
Gotcha. So I presume with that I would want to hit the zones, and then from there I should be able to highlight you. Then select animals to be pastured. Bunch of dogs, pigs, geese, Eustace. All right. Do I have anything else that needs to be pinned here, or?
I think Eustace is a goat, so you'll want to pasture him.
Cool. And then everyone else can just kind of chill and do their own things. Yeah, I got two yak.
Create like an underground one for the ducks and the birds, and then build them a couple of nest boxes.
Cool.
And then you'll get eggs out of them.
Yeah, so that's definitely something we're going to set up too, because that sounds like a ticket to lavish mills, along with fishing. We got 2 farms set up. We got the butcher and kitchen. I need to set up the rest of it though. So, all right. So where would you recommend setting up a butcher? Because I presume in the general kitchen area.
It can depend, because it's definitely important if you're in a biome, an evil biome that has that revives the dead, because you have a certain amount of time before a corpse revives. So then you want your process very streamlined. But normally it doesn't matter too much. It will auto butcher anything that the hunter gets, if you have any hunters,
How do I
Or if
how do I tell these people to stop gathering around this?
gathering around which?
The caravan up at the surface.
Oh, the wagon.
Yeah, the wagon. Yeah.
So that's your meeting hall. There's the wagon's considered a meeting hall. You can actually just destroy the wagon and it'll dump out all the items in there. You might want to set up some stockpiles for those items before you break apart the wagon, but
Yeah.
it's going to guarantee that they leave your wagon and go to like your meeting hall.
Let's see. So remove this building. Like, well, is the wagon useful for anything, or is it now just done?
It's just useless.
Yeah, there's the only thing in it is the iron anvil. So
Yeah, and it gives you 3 logs. So,
all right. So remove this building. There you go. It says removal inactive.
yep. And then you just have to wait for somebody to come over and take it apart.
Cool. We've got
Your
our.
wagon is broken.
Gotcha. Well, that makes sense. So I guess I could just set my butcher up right here for now. That's the thing, is I'm trying to minimize what I want this place to look like. Yeah.
I'm sure you can just have it like same with like the Fisher Dwarf area. Usually I'll try to put some stockpiles nearby it for use. Like with the butcher, you'll get skins, you'll get bones and stuff like that. And so you might want to put it nearby there just so that they don't have to walk so far. Because skins can go to the tanner to make leather.
Cool.
And bones can be used for bone crafting, bone carving.
Yeah. They have not made any of the tables yet. I'm going to check my work orders to make sure I've got that happening. Let's see.
I wonder if it's because of stockpile linking, maybe?
Yeah, well, it's
Usually.
also I've been paused for a while, so let's see if they just come do it.
If you see that red circle with a slash through it, that definitely will tell you like what kind of errors you're having.
Got you. Let's see. Sigmal plant cancel plant seeds and needs plump helmets. Okay, thank goodness. All right. See, workshop boy's there. He's doing his job, and he looks the part.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So I just need to progress time now. I've got food and beer being made by the looks of it. Drink is at 100, food is at 60, seed is at 40, meat none, fish none, plant 50. So that's cool. Let's go to...
also still very rough counts because you'll see the squiggle line. That means your broker hasn't had time to count.
Yes, and he needs his thing. We're going to go ahead and... There you go. Just place down a few more beds. Let's see if the digging has happened, so we'll go ahead and build this room. Oh yeah, I'm actually doing things. There we go. Are you entertained?
Yeah, once you get some of the automation stuff going, then you can let time run a lot more, and you don't have to constantly stop and go to your workshops and check your inventories, because a lot of that is now being managed by your manager. He's going to say, oh, make sure you don't run out of food, right?
Yeah.
So all you really have to do is kind of look back a little bit and say, make sure things are running as they should.
Yes. All right, so here we're going to go ahead and make our office. We'll go ahead and put the furniture in there first. Yeah. Are hatches ever really necessary, or is my little stair set up here fine?
Hatches are useful as like doors for stairs, right? So if you want to stop things from going up and down stairs, that's what the hatches are for.
Sweet. There we go. We're giving him his door for his room. All right. Oh, and I have set up orders for chairs and stuff. Time is passing, so I imagine some of those are ready. We'll go ahead and drop one here. Is there a particular reason it's not letting me set it here? Oh, there's a building present is what it says. Okay.
Yeah, so it means that the icon is so small that the big red stone is blocking it.
Makes sense to me. All right, we'll do another furniture, drop a table. And
If you ever want to like get the stones or something out of an area that you want to build in, you can create like a small 1 square dump nearby.
cool.
And then in the sort of bottom middle area, you'll see these like icons with like the trash can, a little red teardrop, and a lock that can let you choose to dump items. And so then you can select the rocks. They'll dump those to your little tiny dump spot, and they can quantum stockpile in a dump. So that's the other way people do some quantum stockpiling, is they'll just dump the stones into one spot, and then you unforbid them, get rid of the dump spot, and then your guys are going to then be able to use those rocks later, and they're all nice and compact in one spot.
All right. So it is Sigan is our bookkeeper, so he gets this room. All right, Sigan, my boy. I'm starting to get used to some of the controls. Like, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I've been clicking through all different avenue of ways and stuff to try to find the flow for it. And oof.
Yeah, even I'm still even getting a little bit better at it as well. New UI.
There he is, Sigan. So Sigan now has his office, and of course, lady, I don't know who you are, but that's not your room.
Well, depends if he's married, but then his wife would also appear on the list as well if they're sharing.
Ooh. But yeah. Oh, in her defense, I haven't set up the zone yet, so I'm gonna set up this.
I think that's just the child playing.
Yep, they're like, there's just a random bed here. It's for me.
They really have their own spot, so they kind of look like adults.
Yeah.
Usually I just tell by their clothes because their clothes are red. And it's like, well, that's a child.
The children in this game are the red shirts? Okay.
Yes, they literally, every time a goblin sea shows up, I tell all my dwarves to go into the burrow, and there's children just outside playing make-believe as a goblin snatcher's running at them with a bag to steal them.
All right, we got our first 3 tables down for the dining hall. And now we're going to go ahead and drop. In hindsight, I probably should have had the dining hall closer to my chef room, so I should.
Well, what I do is I put the foods, like the prepared food and the drink stockpile, I put a small one in the dining hall so that they don't have to go very far anyway.
Yep. And there are some people that can just haul. It seems like there's yeah. So what I'll probably do is put the dining hall underneath the kitchen.
Also, like hauling and stuff, like the hauling distances isn't quite as like detrimental to your survival as like in RimWorld.
Gotcha. So I think I'll just be okay with this as it is then.
Yeah, because like RimWorld, you need to make sure like the flow of food is going fast enough, or
oh yeah,
your day is gonna be ruined, right?
Okay, cool. So we'll do that.
Here you get like a whole like season sometimes before somebody starves.
Sweet. Well, we'll drop a small stockpile here for prepared meals and prepared drink. Let's see. But first, we'll actually just shape up the room a bit with the furniture, I think. So we'll go furniture. We'll add some chairs. We'll go one. Oh yeah, we got a shit ton of chairs. There we go. we go. So they now have a dining hall. This one will be a tavern. Where, yeah, because I want the tavern not so deep into our place.
Oh yeah, once you get your tavern going and there's like a music cue based on whether they start like partying. Uh, it's a song that slaps hard.
Cool. So we're gonna.
It's a
I'm now extra motivated.
fan made song, at least if you have the music enabled for it.
Ooh.
Essentially, there was a mod called Stone Sense, and one of the things that it added was fan made music, and some of those guys got basically paid to make revised songs for this game.
Well, that's a good thing. Yeah. I think I'll just let's see. I could definitely fit the butcher and stuff right here, so I think I will.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll put a mining order here.
Also, at least two of the songs are sung in Dwarvish language.
Nice. Yeah. The should I just keep stacking beds in here until they can't move, or like do they care?
Probably could, but because like you don't need a 1-to-1 ratio of beds, right?
Ah,
Because people will sleep in as needed.
gotcha.
So you probably want to start getting the bedroom stuff set up just so that they have a slightly higher morale bonus when they go to bed in their bedrooms.
Gotcha.
And then also you'll want to have coffers and cabinets set up for production too, because then they have places to store their personal belongings.
So we'll go ahead and start those. All right, so we'll go to work orders. I probably don't want to set those up to have as many ready to go. Like, I feel like I'm overproducing. But then again, migrant waves of 200.
To be comparable to like your bed count, right? So like a 1-to-1 with your beds, so that you have enough that when you make a bedroom.
So you said coffer, correct?
Rock coffer is the chest, right? So if you were to make it out of wood, it would be a wood chest or metal chest. But if you have lots of rocks, so
Yeah. So we'll make rock coffers, and then what was the other one?
cabinet.
Cabinet.
And that one's the same for both material types.
Cool. And I definitely don't want to make them from wood, because from what I understand, looks like I can't make rock beds.
Yeah, that's usually the thing that people like to. You do need wood for the beds, but there is a chance if a dwarf makes a artifact bed that it can be made out of non-wood material. I once had a dwarf make a platinum bed, and that dwarf nearly dehydrated carrying it to the stockpile. It was so heavy.
Makes sense. All right.
The game tracks material densities.
So
Beds are very big.
cool. So when I make a dining hall here, I'll hit accept, and we're gonna set this as our.
You could do that as a meeting hall, and then do that as the tavern, because then people are gonna go there as the meeting hall. Because I think you have the dining hall as your temple.
Yeah. So I think that'll be our temple over there, and this will be our tavern/meeting hall, because I would like people in.
Also overlap them. You can have the meeting hall zone, and then you can overlap it with a zone as the dining hall too.
Cool.
And then just make them both the same, attached to the same location.
Sweet. Yeah, I think having the dining area right here next to the kitchen just is common sense. All right, and we'll start off by going ahead and adding some furniture to it.
So you can also like attach to your tavern bedrooms, and then those will be used by visitors and stuff.
Cool. We'll definitely do that. And those don't have to be efficiently placed or anything because they're for visitors, for visiting purposes. Why do you need it super efficient, my guy? Just relax.
Your own dwarves will also use your own tavern. You can actually set whether you want a tavern for everybody or for your dwarves only.
Gotcha. Because I obviously don't want visitors in the lower levels. I want them to just be like at the front, not seeing much. Nothing to see here, just a tavern in a hole. Although I suppose there's like, yeah. I do like that I had the stand right off the bat, just right at my spawn point.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let's get us some.
You usually do have sand on like the first layer or some type of soil. It could be clay, it could be loam. Sand is used for making glass, so you need a glass kiln to basically get the job to collect sand, and you have a zone for collecting sand, and then they'll take a bag, they'll fill it with sand. It's a bit annoying to try to automate this because there really is a very limited amount of communication that you can do via the work orders to automate the sand collection.
Gotcha.
Which is a bit annoying.
Understandable. And the thing is too is like if it annoys you and stuff, I'm cool with people being annoyed with games and stuff because that means they care.
Yeah, it's also, I think it's because the item type isn't easily defined because it's like a bag and it has sand in it.
Cool. Yeah,
you can't haul specifically the sand.
Yeah, I've also was told that if you have a 1x hallway and dwarves pass each other, one of them lays flat on their belly and the other steps over.
Mm-hmm. That's how they stack.
Cool. So I was
mentioned about the dragons. The reason that you can stack 9999 dragons is because they're all laying down on each other.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Here we go.
Yeah, glass is kind of useful because it's a block that people can see through. So you can use them for like windows or see-through walls.
Sweet.
That's useful for things like vampire prevention in bedrooms, because if a vampire drains somebody's blood while they're sleeping and they're in this little like bedroom that nobody can look into normally unless they go in, and nobody ever goes into the bedroom, you might never know the guy died.
Gotcha. I'm about to have my first butcher down, but I want it in that corner that she's digging in right now. There we go. So I've bit the bullet and started on this. Good news is I'm gonna have a massive farming area if I want one, because I'm thinking about making making use of the area to have a huge just clothing building area, because like, you know, seems pretty easy.
Yeah, the clothing stuff, in that you actually do want to make sure you're not using up all of your thread to make fabric, because your hospital needs thread to suture wounds closed.
Yeah, I haven't considered a hospital yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. This one is going to be. All right, so we have our crafters, our basic crafter and stone processors over here. I'm probably going to want to put in my all my other crafters and stuff over here. So I think the butcher should be next to this stair, close to the workshops. So we'll go ahead and get the butcher done. So farming, butcher, and should I have the and we'll make it out of whichever stone I have the most of right now, and that's going to be that one.
Yep.
Then we'll, in addition to the butcher, and it's going to be, I'm going to love when I'm like just an expert at this and snapping through all of it, but I am not there yet. Looks like Vlad Stoyanov. Why, yes, Dwarf Fortress does look a bit like RimWorld because RimWorld was inspired by Dwarf Fortress.
I remember when RimWorld came out in like early access, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's just Dwarf Fortress without Z levels."
Yeah, I could definitely see people feeling that way about it. But then again, of course, there's always naysayers. So
Well, RimWorld was like the two main inspirations for it was Prison Architect and Dwarf Fortress.
yes, and Fallout, but that fell away. Originally, they were going to make it like the Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 and have that isometric look and stuff like that. But then they were like, "Oh shit, this is hard, and people like how it looks already. So let's go with this. Let's go with the easier solution." And that's the thing too, is like Tynan's first game that he borrowed a lot of these elements from, well, basically took out and put back in it, was a 3D game, and he was like making the classic beginner mistake of being on the cutting edge of technology. And he was like, wait, if I just take a few steps back generationally, this will be a lot easier to do modularly, and he was correct.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So the good news is with all this extra stone too, I saw that I could make toys, and I'm sure if I go through there, I will find the to convert rock into cash option. I don't want to do that just yet though, because if you get rid of all your rock, then you'll have to buy it.
And you'll be able to have a ton of rock just by digging. It's more of a matter of the type of rock. You might want to look into something called a flux stone. There's a category of rocks that are called flux stone, and they're needed in making steel.
Gotcha.
And so in that case, you might not want to use up all of your flux stone.
Because I will want to spam a lot of the excess stuff for like toys, whatever the sell thing is.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'll look.
I mean, like I said, if one of the big money makers is easily prepared meals. Whenever
Cool.
you get your chef experienced enough, so like you pick one guy, you make him your dedicated chef, so that he only does the cooking, and then you just have him pump out simple meals until he's like making masterfully crafted meals, and then you can like change the meal types and start like trying to min max your ingredients to increase the value of it as much as you can.
Cool. Yep.
So an easy way to like tell so that only one person does a job is if you only have the one workshop, you can go to like your kitchen and you can restrict it to just one dwarf. Because by default, all of your dwarves are going to try cooking.
Yeah, okay.
You have to like customize a labor type, is one of the options, or you just restrict the workshop to just one dwarf.
Yeah, I also just realized I made a minor blunder. I need to make sure they're not cooking the caps.
The plump helmets?
Yeah, because the plump helmets, if you cook them into a meal, they don't do the seeds. Got it.
Yeah. So remember I showed you where the cooking tab was, but then I forgot whether or not you disabled it.
Let's see.
It's in that hammer on the bottom left.
Hammer on the bottom left. There we go. Ah, yeah, there we go. Let's look at, we have planters. Everybody does this. Should we have only selected people do planting? There we go. Yeah, that's one for sure.
Yeah, and then there's that gray kitchen tab, and that's what you use to disable food types.
Ah, there we go. So we have plump helmets. There we go. Disabled for this type of restriction from cooking. Got it. Is there any others I should consider for that, or is it just really plump helmets?
It's just really plump helmets. The other ones all have to be processed in some manner, unless you're trying to do above ground crops.
Yeah. I've got.
Keeper, I think, is your dedicated planter. So he's the one you would want to issue the job to only do planting.
There we go. I've got shells going into my refuse thing. I've set this one to not have stuff like that, but I imagine stuff will rot in it over time, so that'll work.
If the rotting stuff is exposed to the air, then it's all fine.
Cool.
Just if it's underground, it'll make miasma.
The brook dried up?
Wintertime. It's frozen.
Frozen. Got it.
So be careful about if people were standing in like the water and it froze, they get entombed in ice. But you can kind
Yikes.
of tell there's like a biome here within a biome. So you can see how the brook is only like partially dried up in some of the areas, but it's wet in the other areas.
That's
And it means
interesting.
that there's a different biome overlapping through there.
Oh, hey, there's a panda. Is that terrifying or is that adorable?
They can only eat bamboo.
Yeah. So I'm not going to overorder it now, but it seems like you could just gather off this map indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I was hoping to set this brook up to be a waterfall eventually.
Yeah, not in the winter time. It's either it's dried up because it's frozen, or it's just that this season it dries up
Makes
because it's
sense.
just stone in there. But the water pools nearby, those have all frozen. So if they were underground, they wouldn't freeze.
Uh, I'm hearing angry sounds.
Oh, that's because the little icon on the left, you see the swords?
Yeah.
That means somebody's fighting.
The panda is fighting. The dog is the curse sheet. All right. Well, the dogs will beat the panda. I hope.
I don't know. Click on the combat logs and read. What does it say?
The panda attacks the stray, but she jumps away. The panda. All right. So, is there any way I can support my doggos?
Nope. Not unless you like conscripted guys right away or something. But
Should should I? Yeah. They're over here fighting. Hey! Oh no! Not. I didn't see that coming. Oh well. I guess. Oh, get on the bright side. I guess we have some meat and fat to work with. Is there? All right. So conscripting people. That's the thing too. I am going to need to set up a military force because, like, right now, if goblins came, I would just die because I have no idea how to defend against them.
I mean, this early on, probably not. It's usually by like year 2 that you'll start maybe seeing sieges. You'll like see some thieves maybe year 1.
Yeah.
Like, I think like you got like at least 3 years before you really need to worry that much about it.
I'm trying to think. Should I wall off this room? Since it's my main storage.
So one of the things you can do is like a quick and easy way of defending yourself is doors. So you can like make a walled off area for your stairs so that you can just have the doors there. And if something that can open doors comes, you can just lock the door on them and then they can't open your doors. You have to break the door down.
Cool. So I can do that with hatches, correct?
Yep. Hatches work for that.
Cool. So I'm going to put a hatch on my top layer for now. And eventually I'm going to try to wall in that entire top area, except for a drawbridge.
Yeah, usually people will try to create like a pasture zone that they wall off. Because there's climbing, the walls aren't going to stop everything from getting in because stuff can climb. So the way to sort of prevent things from climbing your wall is you build your wall and then you build what's like another type of wall block. I usually do a fortification for that top layer because my guys can see through and shoot through it. And I have that as a overhang because you can build diagonally.
Okay.
It's like you build a wall, it makes a platform for people to stand on the second floor, and then you can build diagonally if you wanted to.
Cool. So I'm just manually throwing in two hatches.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Also, on that note, I tend to make my walls 2 squares high, and then the third square is a fortification overhang because there is jumping.
Gotcha.
So theoretically, something could jump up and grab on the fortifications and climb up. Which I I haven't really seen anything actually do that in practice. Usually stuff just doesn't bother to path that way because it's too much of a pain.
Makes sense.
But in adventure mode, it's possible, right?
Yeah, adventure mode is not in the Steam client, oddly enough.
Mhm.
I was going to do adventure mode first. Like, I was going to go, I'll just explore around the world so I can kind of get used to the controls, but nope.
It's a totally different control system, though.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you would be absolutely lost. That's probably why it hasn't been implemented yet. It would be a very different UI.
okay. Makes sense. So,
Adventure mode is freaking wild because if you want to go fully in depth, you can control your combat down to what you want like every finger to do, basically.
so one panda enters the map and all my dogs just go crazy for it.
Hmm. Don't know why.
Yeah, I don't either. Like I would like my it's like dogs, Akuna Matata. Like I would rather y'all do that to wait, hold on a second. There's tree frogs here too. A bunch of them.
Hmm.
I'm gonna get hunting set up, I guess, because like that'd be fun. I imagine
I
I
need crossbows and bolts for that,
yeah,
and
so
quivers,
yeah.
which I think you might have started out with some.
Yep, I can see quivers. I can see barrels of stuff over here.
You would probably want to set up a work order to make. Um, you would only really be able to make wooden crossbow bolts right now, but it's better than nothing. So you can make like a work order to have like a supply of like 100 crossbow wood bolts. They
Gotcha.
are useful for training soldiers as well. So the wooden ones aren't terrible to have. It's just they'll be pretty bad at hunting
Uh,
if they're shooting a wood bolt.
yeah. The hospital area can't be opened. It can't be opened up. I would, or does it need to be a closed room, or does it need? Can it be just an open area?
It can be open.
All right. So, a simple. I think a smart area for the hospital then would just be like right here.
So what the hospital uses is beds for people to rest in. Um, it uses tables for surgery. There is something called a traction bench, which is a bed that has been converted by the mechanics workshop into a bed that allows for people with broken limbs to recover in.
Yeah.
And the other thing to note is you can have a stockpile for medical materials like cloth, threads, and then gypsum plaster, which is used for fixing broken limbs. And then, of course, lastly, the most important part is access to clean water.
Makes sense. Well, we're gonna have access to clean water most of the
Not
time.
in the winter.
Yeah, I should have barreled some of that.
You can't barrel it. Usually what you do, like because you have those ponds, what people sometimes do is they'll dig pathways to drain it into like a well reservoir, and then they build an underground well for it.
So during the
Wells have like a filtration technology to them. They take their bucket, they put it into the well, and it filters out all the nasties in the water.
gotcha.
And it's drinkable.
So I would want to dig under some of this is what I would want to do basically.
Or you can set it as like a water source, and then you create a pond near your hospital, and then you can tell your dwarves to fill that pond with water, and they will go take buckets, and they will go to your water source, they will scoop it, and then they'll take it over there and they'll dump it.
Gotcha.
And then eventually you'll just say, okay, that's enough water, and then you'll disable that.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So basically just have them bring it over there and just dig a hole and dump a bunch of water in it via buckets.
Yeah, that's one option for sure.
All right. Trying to figure out what the deal is because I still have shells up here. I set some plant gathering orders while they still can, since it's winter. Uh, I've got this area, but it seems to be pretty dang full. I think we're gonna mine this out to give us a little more storage room on this layer.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you can make bins to help consolidate your stockpiles as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
some of those smaller items, like if you have a weapon stockpile, they can put a bin in there and then they'll put all of their weapons. So like the axes and the crossbows and the picks, they'll put those into a bin.
All right. So we'll go to the work orders tab, add a work order bin.
Like wooden bins, easy to make.
All right.
You can also do that with crafts, with your crafts. So all of those shell crafts that you're making, they can put those into bins.
Yeah, I'm not seeing bin. Is it called bin? B-E-N?
Wooden bin, bin.
Ah, there you go. Okay, wooden bin. There you go. That'll help. We need to get some wood chopping orders done, preferably away from my base. Preferably stuff that aren't apple trees. There's a larch trunk. Peach tree. I presume if it's fruit, it's gonna say the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
We'll
You
chop
can
that.
also see all the stuff on the ground. That's the fallen fruits and nuts. So if you see a tree without a bunch of junk around it, then it's probably not yielding you anything,
Gotcha.
right? Because you can even see like the leaves blowing in the wind. They fall down and land on the ground.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. I also love that the trees are just like larger than life.
Yeah, there was a version where the trees were literally just a 1 by 1 block, but then they changed it and they actually like grow out and they have branches and um, leaves and fruits and stuff like that up in them.
All right, looks like my hatches are done, or at least one of them is. So we'll go ahead and build that. So we're at least not making it too. Yeah, we're not making it too easy. Yep.
You can get a mechanics dwarf shop, and that'll let you make mechanisms, and then you can make traps. So, like I said, cage traps pretty powerful.
Cool.
There is stonefall traps, which is like your deadfall trap in RimWorld, and they just use a big boulder and drop it on their head.
Sounds good to me.
You can get into some pretty crazy weapon traps and stuff as well.
Okay. We're gonna do the tavern now. Throw down a little more tables. Yep.
Yeah, weapon variety is kind of interesting. Like, for example, axes have like a really good cutting ability. Swords can do good cutting, but they also have a stab to them as well that they can do. But spears are a better stab because they do a deeper stab. And that's useful against really large creatures because you can't poke the organs if you can't stab into them very, very far. And if they're just a huge creature, it's going to take a lot of stabbing penetration to get into there. So spears are pretty good against killing like giant creatures. Axes are good at causing a lot of like bleeding or chopping off parts. Maces are really good against zombies and undead stuff because they don't really care about bleeding or internal organs, so you just need to smash and pulp them.
Yeah. Looks like my peeps are doing a good job with the. Holy crap! We got so many shells.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got bins being made now. Once the bins are made, I don't need to tell them to do anything with them, do I?
No, you can, if you select like a stockpile, you can choose how many bins get assigned to that stockpile.
Gotcha.
So you might want like a certain stockpile to have no bins, because sometimes what'll happen is, say a dwarf wants to do something with an item in the bin, he will pick the whole bin up and take it with him. But then if somebody else wants to do something with another item in that bin, it's going to cancel what they were doing because they can't get it because somebody else is carrying it.
Gotcha.
So that usually happens with like food, because people go to eat, but they'll take the whole bin or like the whole barrel of food. So sometimes you might want to just have no bins or barrels for a stockpile,
Gotcha.
for like a really high turnover type of stockpile.
Yeah. I've started some smoothing tasks too, so I feel like I'm doing something.
Yep.
Cool. It looks like we're getting stuff's getting made. I feel better when I can see a bin.
They'll get placed if it's going to fit with something in the storage, which will come usually. Yeah, you can see them up in your main one. They're starting to put bins and stuff into the bins.
Sweet.
So they are doing a little bit of consolidating up there.
Go. What should I set up for crafting with the shells? Because I got a bunch of them.
Just, I mean, you can do quite a lot of different things with them. Like, I think you could try to make armor out of them, but really just crafts, just general crafts. You'll see like shell crowns and shell amulets and stuff like that. Shell earrings. I just set it so that you just use them up. Just make.
Ooh, figurines.
Yep.
Eggshell figurines.
Yeah, there's that little hourglass, or that little magnifying glass next to that work order. You can actually detail what they try to make it out of, so you can actually tell them to make a shell off of, like, say, a historical figure.
Cool.
So if there's somebody in your fort, or like a god or something like that, you can specify an image.
I'm gonna say allow artists to choose. do whatever you want, my guys. Is there anything I need shells for critically, or can I be like, just make all you want, my guys?
Sometimes strange moods will require shells or bones. Usually bones. I rarely see them need shells, but sometimes they might have. They'll generate this recipe in their mind that they want with a strange mood, and if there's a shell that they need and they can't get it, they'll eventually go crazy.
Cool. So if I type 0 in here, it'll be infinity, right? Because I want to just see this thing fill with little shell figurines.
I'd say that you would want, because if you have infinite, then it's just going to keep doing, like, it's going to flood all of your craft dwarf workshops with figurine orders. So one thing is you could just have it set to repeat every certain period of time, like maybe every month, and that way it's not overworking your dwarves.
Gotcha.
But then again, they might just burn off all the shells before that happens. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So far it's set to infinity. Let's see how that goes for us. Because if it starts sucking, we'll know real quick.
Yep.
But the good news is that with this, we'll have come next season. We'll have a nice trade area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did smoothing the will smoothing our little barracks room and bedrooms and stuff make them happier or nah?
It will. You can sometimes see it in their moods, like if they've, spent time in a grand dining hall, they'll get a bigger mood bonus.
Ooh. Yeah, the tavern's getting smoothed as well. It looks like the whole crew is showing up for that. Yep, and it looks like we've got great food, good drink, good seeds, no meat, okay fish, great plants. Yeah, it looks like we're doing pretty good. I think I might move up to lavish meals.
Well, like I said, the simple meals are just for training your cook, because he gets the same amount of EXP for completing the job, but it takes a lot longer to do a lavish meal. So people do the simple meals just because it's more EXP.
Uh-oh, I hear fighting, but I don't. Yeah, somebody is fighting the dog. Yeah, that's the old one. Wild boar this time. My dogs are just picking fights with everything.
Yeah. You can.
Oh, these are great treat files. How can I get my people to start butchering these animals that are around?
The wild ones.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of dead frogs out here.
Some of those are vermin, and so they go into like the refuse pile, and so you don't really want to eat them. Your dwarves will if they're starving,
Gotcha. So just ignore
and
them.
that gives them a big morale debuff if that happens. But yeah, it's a refuse thing. They'll eventually disappear. It's your cats that are killing them
Gotcha.
because they will spoil your food if they get to your food.
Gotcha. Good news is our stuff is behind doors now because we have the hatches.
Well, these things are tiny. They get into everything though. They're
Gotcha.
invisible. So your cats are one of the creature types that can hunt vermin.
Yeah. All right. So I had that going for us. We have a tavern in here.
Mm-hmm.
We have bins, a whole bunch of stones. Should I set up an order for stone figurines too?
Yep, you can.
We'll let them chill with the shells for a while because like but
You definitely have a lot of shells.
yeah. How can I set the bins to be on the rocks and wood? Because I think those would be useful. So we'll view stockpile.
So those aren't compatible with bins.
Ah,
Yeah, that's why I brought up the quantum stockpiling for those items.
makes
Because
sense.
if you really want the density of it, then that's what you do. With those, like with the rock stockpiles, you tend to play more with the wheelbarrow counts because it's heavy for a dwarf to carry the boulder by hand. Wheelbarrows, they can carry stuff faster and also more things at a time.
Makes sense. All right, so we're gonna set up a stairwell down here. Or if stairwell attempt 2. And I'm going to set up a double up for the inventory just on the next levels. And we'll just do this like this and let it be more wooden carpentry.
Mm-hmm.
And more shells because I can see that we're getting shells on the surface, although that's not going to be super necessary. Do I have to worry about wood and shells and stuff deteriorating over time or no?
Nope.
Cool. Yeah, it's snowing up here.
Nope, that was something RimWorld added, which was the stuff.
World. Well, having the smallest footprint possible is really useful in RimWorld.
Yeah, it's very similar in Dwarf Fortress if you don't want unwelcome visitors.
Yes. All right. We're going to go to furniture building. Wait. The workshop, furniture. And we're going to give them... Well, statues are cool. Displays, instruments. All right, so I made... It was... Yeah, there's a traction bench on the thing now, too. All right, so I do have chests, so... do I want chests and barracks or no? All right, we'll give you a chest.
I don't think that is needed in the dorm, but definitely bedrooms.
Yeah, the dorm is just basically just supposed to be over. I was like,
Yeah,
my next,
sleeping.
yeah, because I'm seeing still a little more grumpy people. I want to get those numbers up. And let's see, we have, yeah, we have some cabinets. Now, go to more furniture. Yeah, the cabinets. There you go. You'll get the rawhide one. You'll get that one. There
So
we go.
how was
What?
how
Curry was really good, thank you. And yeah, so the officials are going to kind of get their own quarters or whatever. There you go. We have also got plenty of stuff coming in here. Looks like, yeah, we're going to have a lot of copper. If copper becomes useless, that's fine. We have the ability to create figurines to spam them out and get rid of them.
Well, copper's a pretty good metal for making like barrels, for example, out of
Cool.
because it's not too heavy, and it's a good alternative for that. You need tin if you want to make bronze. If you're looking for like an actual tougher metal version of copper,
Cool.
because bronze is kind of comparable to iron, somewhat maybe a little bit better than iron. It's hard to really say. It's comparable, but steel is definitely the better metal
Gotcha.
to aim for there for like military stuff like armor and weapons.
We'll let this.
You know, no armor is worse than copper.
Yeah, it's just like the first metal you get access to. So you know.
Not really. It can depend on your biome generation
Cool.
and the resource distribution.
Yeah, I see this rough hewn. If I had to guess, that's probably the part of the steel composition for steel. Just guessing.
Yeah, so galena is like silver and lead. Silver is actually pretty good as a blunt weapon because you can actually make weapons out of silver, and it's very high density. And so if you make a mace out of silver, it's actually pretty good.
Cool.
And then like hematite, limonite, there's a couple of ores that are like iron bearing. Tetrahedrite's a type of copper bearing ore. It's like copper and silver, I think. So I think it's like next to the kitchen tab, if you remember where that is. That's where you can see like stone use, and it'll actually tell you what different types of stone are used for.
Gotcha. Okay, so I see the comb set up here.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So I'm gonna want a way to.
Yeah, so those gray squares, there's 3 for each bedroom. Some are corners, some are just lengthwise. And so that's like bed, cabinet, chest, and then there's the door. And then the red's the staircases.
Gotcha. I'm gonna bring that up over to the side. Open it up.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few different like bedroom designs that people have. That was just like one of them that I found just offhand.
Cool. Yeah, so I have my barracks. I have my temple. Let's see. Is there any information on temple? So yeah, we've done that part of it. Planting. There are some foods on the embark wagon, and you can trade for food, but you can also grow your own. The wagon comes with some seeds, but as you might expect, these crops must be grown underground. Using mining under you'll need to carve out a rectangle area underground for your farm plot. The underground rectangle must be near the surface where there is soil, loam, clay, and sand. 1 level down should suffice. Before you hit rock, the highest mountain elevations do not have soil. make sure to leave the ceiling above intact so the underground soil doesn't receive sunlight. All right, so they actually warn you in there.
Mm-hmm.
Landing with subterranean soil, floor exposed. You can place an underground farm plot that isn't. This isn't rich soil, but will suffice for now. Dig deep to find better soil. Select farm plots. Build. Oh, so there's better. So they're hinting that there's better soil deeper underground.
Yeah, the thing is that once you get like a legendary planter, like you really don't have that much of an issue with the productivity of farms. You don't even really need to fertilize.
Dang, don't even need to fertilize.
Like 3 legendary farmers, and you're able to like feed 200 dwarves easy with just those 3 plus some other food sources.
Yeah. So you'll get some people that are a little unhappy, but I think the bedroom quarters will fix that. And I'm thinking about putting the bedroom quarters just in here under the barracks. Or let's see.
Or even like to the side.
Yeah.
But I get to go to work in 5 hours, or at least wake up for work in 5 hours. I work night shifts, so I'm gonna head off.
Sweet. I appreciate you. One thing I will be doing in time 2 is multiplayer. One I would want to do is multiplayer RimWorld. Obviously, multiplayer Dwarf Fortress would be cool too, but I think it'll be a minute before we have that mod.
Yeah, most of the community like multiplayer stuff is like they make a save file and they send it to like somebody else to play for a year and they pass that around. So you can actually find some hilarious community stories around that stuff.
Oh yeah, it was all going fine until the newbie got a hold of it.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Yeah,
like set up levers and then they like attach them to like random stuff to cause problems for other people.
Yep. Be like just
Anyway,
yeah, yep.
I'm gonna be going to bed.
All right, you have a good night. I'll be around. I'm probably just gonna in-depthly read through the entire tutorial through this and start building the bedrooms. That's my plan from here. I'm gonna go ahead to take a quick restroom break. You have a good one.
Take care.
All right, that didn't take as long as I thought it would, so here we go. So we need to yeah, with all these shells we have, we're going to have a massive amount of figurines. We have a design here. I only have a small modification I want to do to the design. Let's see. So if this is going to be our main hallway, oh yeah, we can just pop it open a little bit. So I like the idea of having one of the stairs down to it up in here. All right, so we're gonna have to modify this design a little bit. So yeah, basically flipping it 90 degrees. So yeah, it looks like it's 3 stairs. So start with it like that. All right, so I'll bring this over here for a second while we talk about it. So what I'm going to do is take this image, save the image, cluster bedrooms. So I like this design, except I want a hallway leading into it, so we're going to modify it a little bit. So we'll take that, put it into paint. File, open. We'll design it from here. What? All right, so underneath you, let's get a bearing for what we're doing. So we're up. Then first level, all right, so that's the tavern above, which is fine. Then we've got our barracks, which are kind of the introductory ones so people can sleep regularly. Now we need to head down and do our bedrooms. Okay, so we'll design it here. We can also go, yeah. So I think we'll go, wish we could go a little smoother with the framing. All right, so exit that and that for a moment. Don't save. And I'll have to twist my neck a bit, but I'm going to move the image back to where it was. And we'll just conceptualize it here. So we know... All right. All right, so we're going to make a cluster of bedrooms that go all the way down. And we'll start combing the bedroom out and around. We can have this bedroom here. So we will be flipping it. We had plan lines. Let's see. If we need to make a hallway down, I will. We'll start with the down cluster. All right, so we know it can go in this far at least. Honestly, this looks pretty massive. I have the image. Yeah, I have the image up in the landing, so. I need to count this out a bit. So about how many cubes would that be? We're looking at the widest across is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So 22 by 1, 2, 3. Ugh, alright. This bad boy in paint. Yep. There we go. We enlarged that bad boy. Okay, much better. Go ahead and rotate it. There you go. That makes it much easier to conceptualize. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So we are going to be making this a little larger. So that's, we'll say about 24, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 24 by 24. So we'll go about 12 in. 1, 2, 3. Me? Alright, we'll do something like that. Then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This one right here will mine all the way down. And this one doesn't have to be exact science here. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alright, and we'll do 4 more. There we go. That's the big project. And then we will mine the stairs next. Actually, we're going to make that even wider down the middle, so... Okay. We want it to be at least 2 down the center, if not 3. And then the clusters will be around it. Yeah, let's just go with a 3. There we go. Oh man, planning tool would be real handy here. Because what I'm trying to do is do this build here, but also have a hallway. Yes. I'll be right back. I got to help the cat. Oh yeah. All right, I have returned. But yeah, had to clean out Kitty's butt because he keeps eating hair. And it's a two-person procedure because they boy. The problem, like, these clusters could fit in people pretty densely, but you'd need like a through hallway every other level. So what we could do is build it where it spirals. So some levels will be empty one way and some will be empty the other. All right, so the first bit of the comb so the guts of the comb are pretty good. Like they're fine as they are, but like when there's throughways and stuff, we would need to destroy some of the rooms essentially to carve through. Yeah. What I think we'll do is have the first layer here be a room, and then we'll comb the rest of it, and then we'll have through hallways elsewhere where we need them. So we have this going. Where do we go from here? All right, so we need to go 12 deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we'll make the stairs here. I have to count that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so we'll make the stairs there. Or at least the first stairs there. And the good news is we can erase and cancel the rest of this. This is kind of our experiment zone. Let's see. And what happened to our image? Yeah, we'll just move our image over here. Yeah, so it'll be 3 of them. Yeah, so looks like it's 24 by 22 total. And we'll build the whole thing out first and then build up and down around it. All right, mine stairs. Go. And with the stairs, we then have door. Oh, what's up? There we go. My wife calls, I answer. I'll be right back. Oh, what's going on? Okay. Okay, so for the first portion of the comb, we do that. All right, so it's a line of 4, line of 4. Wait, so they can go sideways? Huh? That don't seem right, but we'll see if it works. Here we go. So that'll be the test area. Also, while we're at it, to distinguish our expedition leader, okay, we have the storage area set up. And they can all go in through there. It's not a huge deal, at least for now. Let's build new stockpiling zone. Will let this be... We'll accept you, and you're going to be wood. All right, go new stockpiling zone. You're going to be stone. Ah, dang it. Okay, attempt 2. Accept. You're gonna be stone. There we go. Ah, dang it. All right, so we'll try that again. Accept. You're going to be refuse. Custom. No teeth. All right. No teeth. Body parts. Corpses. Yeah, so we've got our little extra storage set up, and we can just keep going down like that infinitely. Let's see, we can set up the rest of this. After we confirm that these rooms work, we'll there you go. So we got food and craft going. I'm gonna want this whole area dug out too, because I want to set up all the other stuff. All right, we're gonna read through stuff here. Planting. There are some foods on the embark wagon, and you can trade for food, but you can also grow your own. The wagon comes with some seeds, but you might expect these crops must be grown underground. Using mining under, you'll need a caravan to out a rectangular area underground for your farm plot. The underground rectangle must be near the surface, where the soil, loam, clay, or sand, one level down should suffice before you hit rock. The highest mountain elevations do not have soil. Make sure to leave your ceilings above intact so the underground soil doesn't receive any sunlight. Gotcha. Okay. With subterranean soil floor exposed, you can place an underground farming plot. This isn't rich soil, but it will suffice for now. Dig deeper to find better soil. Select a farm plot, build a menu. It's workshop farm plot. Place the farming plot on the subterranean soil. You need to select the crops to grow each season. Select a farm plot. Some places to pull up the farming menu. Plump helmets are edible, and the default wagon comes with plump helmet spawn, which are their seeds. Note that you can obtain above ground seeds from the trade or by eating gathered plants. Above ground farming exposes your planters to the danger of the elements. Now, your planters, those can access both the farm plot and the spawn. And we'll plant the field. Oh, we got more combat. Pause and see what's going on here. The That panda has been a problem for us. We don't have a hospital set up. The peasant Abencom. Alright, well. I don't know why you're choosing to F with the panda. It just eats bamboo, but oh well. It is what it is. See, we're gonna set up an above ground farm. Okay, so for that, we're going to go to workshops, farming, and we'll just set the farm right here next to our plot. All right, we'll just go. This will be an experimental plot. All right, we have a tavern, we have our cooking stuff. Look at our workshops. We have to kind of decide where we want to put our metal setup. We have a craft spot right there for our shell production. I'm fine with keeping that as it is. We have our refuse with even more shells. Alright, choose a stockpile from which the selected stockpile takes from. Alright, we're going to go up. And choose that one. Good. Okay, we got the fishery doing the fish stuff. And we don't have meat, but we have fish and plant, so we're doing good on that front. Imagine, yep, the digging's done. Now we're gonna try. All right, we're gonna try building this then. Okay. So we're gonna go furniture. Bed. 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 Now we're gonna go furniture. Door. Doors. All right. Now, in addition to everything else, we'll do. And we got plenty of chests, that's for sure. Go. Now we're gonna do, let's see, cabinets. There we go. Yep, they can go through there just fine, meaning we're off to the races. Okay. Alright, so this one needs to be stairs. Okay. Stairs. Yep. Stairs, sweet. So we got a bunch of stairs. There we go. That looks like a stairwell there. Or yeah, we have 19 dwarfs at the moment, so being able to pack them all in and get them into rooms will be really nice. Here we go. And then we can go infinitely out either way. This one, we're going to want something like yeah. A little bit. There we go. Honeycomb design going. Honeycomb go burr. Go. Got that bad boy done. Go. And for the hallway areas I'm doing, it's going to be a smaller, less efficient comb. But we'll basically have most of the floors honeycombed in the way we want them. There we go. We're done with that bad boy now. We now just need connecting hallways up here. Go. And with this, we'll just wedge bedrooms where they'll fit. Wait. Go. There we go. So we got that going. All right, now we can use zones. There you go. All right. Seems like a arduous task here, but yeah. There you go. Yeah, people are just taking the bedrooms, and that's a-okay. All right, furniture, doors and hatches, door. All right, we'll do a zone. Set this bad boy up. All right, and I am definitely open to help here if y'all know ways to get this done faster. Here we go. We have mining going on too, so these beds are about to get thrown out in big ways. What type of metal is that there? Copper, okay. We're gonna be okay with that. We have shells for days. We need to finish setting up workshops as well. There we go. Oh, their office is already smoothed, so big deal. We got plenty of stone too, so not sure what the deal is there. Go. Didn't start that yet. Yeah, that one's there we go. We got bedrooms and offices. We've got access areas being made. We've got smoothing happening. Once that's built, we're gonna mess around with some above ground farming. Let's see, room wise, we got all right. So what are the things we need in our tavern? I think it's time to start clicking through all this. Other food sources. Fishing. If there is a river or pond nearby, you may consider fishing. If the water isn't frozen, a worker with the fishing labor assigned will begin fishing automatically. You can optimally choose to designate a fishing zone. You don't want your workers going far afield. Remember, your workers do not eat raw fish. You must build a fishery to prepare them. To do this, select a workshop, farming fishery. It is possible to survive by gathering plants outside. Do this by selecting gathering. Other than that, draw a rectangle order the bushes you wish to search. Butchering meat from livestock you slaughter is a source of food. To slaughter an animal, you must first build a butcher shop. Do this by selecting and building the farmer butcher. Once your shop is built, open the creature's item from there. Select Pets Livestock tab. There you can select which animals to slaughter. You may need to minimize the tutorial to see the slaughter buttons. Note that some livestock must eat vegetarian to survive. To keep them alive, use the pen pasture zone. From those zones, select the grass and click the buttons and animals. Okay. Let's get some more workshops built. So let's look at workshop, farming. We have the butcher. We do not have the tanner yet. The tanner we would want down here. Yeah, having the butcher next to the tanner just makes sense in my opinion. Alright, we'll go. The job. Alright, I did build the hatches, I believe, so let's go to our furniture. Add the hatches. Yep. Pop down 1, tap down 2. Perfect. There we go. This should close us off. There we go. We are now sealed. We're now sealed in. So we at least have a door to protect ourselves. Like the brook is back. I'm waiting for construction. Alright. Gogan, expedition leader, cancels order. Easy made. Need unrotten cookable solid items. Uh-oh. Oh, we got fish. Alright, let's look at our work order tab. Alright, we're okay with that for now. Alright, we have a human visiting. That's pretty cool. Here he is right here. Yeah, welcome. Alright, do we need even more storage? Shit. Oh, screw it. Let's go. 3x3 all around. meeting areas and zones where your citizens gather, not working or taking care of their needs. Zones can be assigned in the special locations. Usually one meeting area will suffice, but locations can spawn several zones. There are 5 types of locations. We'll go over each in turn. Taverns. Taverns are where your residents gather to drink, socialize, tell stories, and dance. To have a fully functional tavern, you must have a stockpile with booze in it, preferably close by. The inhabitants also like to drink from goblets, cups, or mugs. Those must be stored in chests or coffers inside the tavern. Tavern. You may also leave a cleared space in your tavern for your tavern goers use to dance on the floor. If you have any musical instruments, these can also be used by the tavern. From the tavern info menu, you can choose to assign performers or a tavern keeper who will serve to the visitors' drinks. There's also an option to allow outsiders to come to your taverns. Temples are places of faithful residents to commune with their chosen deity. Upon creation of the location, you must choose which deity to dictate the temple to. If any, sometimes the adherents of the certain religion will demand that you build a temple to their specific deity. You can see how many worshippers of the deity live in your fortress by scrolling over there. In the temple info menu, you can see the value of the temple. Sometimes the worshippers will demand that you increase the value of the temple by decorating it or adding furniture like statues. You can also add chests or coffers to hold musical instruments that the faithful will use. You can also assign performers to the temple and even priestesses once the temple becomes more established. Hospitals. Your unfortunate citizens are taken to the hospital when injured. There will be a rest given water until they are seen by a doctor. To fully function in your hospital, you need to have beds, buckets with a source of water, threads for sutures, and cloths for bandages. You must build chests or coffers inside the hospital to store these items. Some injuries require splints or Gibson plaster powder for orthopedic cast. Soap is necessary to prevent infection. Some patients will need crutches after they are treated. You will need to appoint a chief medical dwarf for the nobles and administrators menu. You will need to assign a doctor to the hospital from the hospital info menu. Later, you can assign doctors to specific roles, such as the diagnostician. The doctor will need a table to perform surgeries. Some injuries require traction benches, which you can build at the machinist shop. All right. Next, libraries. The thirst for knowledge of some residents can be satisfied by libraries. From the library info menu, you can assign a scholar who discuss their interest with the inhabitants and scribes to record them. Beware, some knowledge is dangerous. In order to hold scrolls and carriage, you will need bookcases. You will also need tables for your scribes to work on. Chests or coffers are needed to store the writing materials for scribes to write on. Guild halls. Guild halls are where workers are specified professions gather to socialize. We'll look at guild halls later. I'll be right back. Okay. So some things are just not getting done is an issue here. I accidentally left click that wrong. You struck stuff. Okay, we don't care about that. All right, we need more logs, so let's set up some. Like, we have a ton of logs. We have more room in our storage for them though, so go through here. Very. Hmm. We need to set up a hospital, which I think can be over here next to the tavern. That's kind of where our entrance is, so having one like right here would be fine, but like we're getting really close to the water, so I'd rather not. We'll also go ahead and let's repaint this stockpile. Go. We'll also clear our stockpile a bit. Let's do furniture building. All right, let's put a chest in here. And we'll put a chest in here. All right. We'll go to the work orders tab. We want some goblets. Let's see. All right, so before we make All right, we have more room for just shops over here. So they don't have to be perfect for now. I can focus on making a more refined stuff once I have things down and look at them. So we'll build workshops and just look at the ones we don't have. Yeah, so like animal related things we'd want around here. The bower, where would we want you? We already have a crafts. Used to make like potches, milk of lime. Construct requires a block, barrel, and stuff like that. Furnaces. Furnaces are used for smelting, glassworking, pottery, ash making, or to make fuel from wood to raw coal. We'll put the furnace. Right, that can just be knocked out. And we'll go up like this for you, because you can be this can be our processing zone. Now, I think this can be open concept. All right. There, let's move out this whole monster. Okay, cool. So I can just go over the whole thing and be smart about it. Yep, sweet. So that's going to be a massive smoothing project. Now while we're at it, we can go ahead and go to furniture. Bed. Bed. There we go. Metalsmith we're going to want on the... Alright, so we have the stairs here. I'm okay with that, the way it is for now. I'm definitely okay with this as it is, because that's just how it be. We got smoothing coming through. Let's look at doors. Okay, so what's stopping us from making doors? Huh. We're gonna say rock. Make rock door. There we go. We're gonna say prepare easy meal. And we'll also do this. Prepare fine meal. And we'll even do that. I want to mix the three of them. We have 19 people, so hopefully having 30 of these built up won't be too big a deal. There we go. We're going to make sure that make shell figurines is the lowest priority of the work orders. Okay. I'm not sure what we're building next. All right, well, we should have doors now. Yeah, we still have no meat. We have fish. All right. So my current challenge is why are my doors not getting done? All right, he's in there. Ah, it's because he has a bajillion other work orders going. Why so many chairs? Let's see. Yeah, I guess I have let's look at the work orders. Go. Doors are going to be a priority. Damn, we got just so many shells. Like, please tell me some of those are figurines. Nope. Like I've made any figurines yet, huh? Okay, well, let's move some of these beds to where we want them. Yeah, we can at least do that. Let's see. Furniture. Beds, we're gonna go. Yeah. Alright, with that done, we'll go ahead and place the other things too. Yeah, what's with this phantom bed? Cancel you for a moment. Just long enough to go ahead and do furniture. Go. Okay. So I have the coffer in here. Is that enough is my question. We can also set up a all right, so we've got a barracks. We've got food set up. We've got a farm plot set up. Hmm. Okay, we read that. Left click to recenter the options. Cool. People have become things. You can recenter, right click. All right, the prepare meals have been completed. Cool. So most of our people are happy with one person lightly disgruntled. And I think with these smooth bedrooms getting closer to completed, we'll be a lot better off there. All right, let's continue with this. Workshops. All right. Put down the chests. I just swore I saw some up here. All right, I don't see any up here, but there are cabinets at least, so we can put those out. Yeah, we need to build a hospital too, but like, I'm gonna get people in their beds. We'll go to our massive bedroom project over here. Get those done. There we go. Okay, so we got at least got bedrooms starting to go. Do we see doors popping up? Yes, we do. Perfect. There we go. We're at least getting our bedroom project done. Here we go. So we have more tables. I think I'd like this 2 bumps down so that we can fit a long table hallway and have this nice empty area for instruments. Yeah. All right, we'll go for a table. And we'll go for chairs. Okay, furniture, chairs. All right. So we want to set up a tavern person, so also, yeah, we'll retrain this area. Perfect. Now we'll go to here and go to nobles and administrators. Chief medical dwarf. Everybody has no relevant skills. Broker. I think we'll just set that up to be Kogan. All right. For this area, We'll go to zones, I guess. The Nut of Citadels, the Purple Blade. Alright, we need to set up a tavern keeper. Alright, we'll set up Imish since she is a flatterer and competent persuader. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Sweet. We created a masterpiece. Alright, what's the deal with the combat? Skunk. Skunks, alright, and wild boars and dogs, got it. Man, these are some bops. Alright, we're gonna set up a labor. Do we have anyone set to fishing? Yeah, we do have a fisher going, and they're expert. Right now we have no one hunting, but we'll go ahead and set him, our archer, to it. Yeah, we got food set here. I'm not sure what to do. Ooh. There we go. We got our rooms are getting closer, so we'll make instruments when we can. Look at our. Let's just take a glance over at our stockpile to see if. Man, I keep feeling like we're running out of room for shit. Like, how many shells are we gonna get? Let's see. And shells go into stockpile bins. Oh no, alright, cool. So figurines are being shoved into the bins, which is what we wanted. Alright, work orders. So I thought the work orders would be permanent, but they're very clearly not. Everybody's getting happy at least, except for one person, but like they can die, it's okay. Can't please everyone, especially if it's just the one. But yeah, I think a key here is I'm not understanding the automation. But we can go to work orders and just order them as we go. Oh, we had a death, didn't we? Oh, stray dog missing. That's bad. Fortress attacked to no migrants this season. Makes sense. We'll open the work orders. Make rock door. We're going to say at any given time we're going to want. There we go. That should. Yeah, that should do what we want. Also, we can put in a few rooms. We can just put up a few general rooms like this. Yeah, this fancy person even gets a 4th spot. Go. There you go. So we'll dig those out to make them bedrooms as well. And hallelujah, they even get an extra spot. How cool is that for them? Are we missing any chairs? No. Okay, we have a tavern keeper flowing. All right, let's look at our work orders. I said 5 of 10 on there. I mean, they could just be somewhere I can't see, but I wouldn't think so. So, oh yeah, we definitely have doors somewhere. We accidentally double stacked these somehow. Okay, so we're gonna fix that mistake. Okay, we don't have any of those. I think for now we're gonna unautomate some of these. All right, so we can just count how many we need, because I imagine we're gonna need quite a few. Yeah, any excess we need we'll do in this upper part of the equation. This level right here, yeah, we need quite a few still. The stray dog has been found dead. Or a doggo. Yeah, these were the ones that fought the panda earlier. Okay, we have the ability to come up here. Eventually I'm going to want to build a wall around this area. Alright. For a moment, I need to take a quick restroom break. Oh, heck. Alright, I've returned, refreshed, renewed. Huh. Alright, we're gonna say BIN. My backspace just straight up isn't working. Like it was earlier, so I'm not sure what the deal is. Bin. You know what? Let's get also this on the shelf figurines. One shot max. There we go. Perfect. Dang it. Alright, I think I messed that up, but let's fix it. One shot max. Perfect. Alright, we can also mine here, since we know walls work that way. Here. Here. Alright, we'll do the same thing over here. Go. We would rather use that area, so we'll do little blocks of 4 like this. Go. There we go. Save rolling. There we go. Got that bedroom rolling. Ba-ba-boom. All right, now let's go through this task of getting the bedrooms done. There we go. All right, it said multi. Let's do bedroom and try to use the multi feature real quick. So pause the game. All right, we need the. All right, so we do need the beds first, but. Okay, so there is a multi tool for it. Yeah. Right, we're doing pretty good on the door front. Alright, so people are starting to use the extra bedrooms. Okay. Well, where are we on the beds? No. Oh, alert. You can resend a caravan from Narchat has arrived. Yep. We definitely want to trade with them because we have a bunch of figurines. And we can use that to grab a bunch of resources we need. Diplomacy. The expedition leader in Tennis meets with the outpost liaison. I'm belligerent. Let's see. Let's discuss your situation. Okay. The world is the same as ever. Make requests for next year's Carol event. They'll charge more for these items. Alright. Done. Okay, let's discuss what you are willing to offer for your craftsmanship. A need for fish and leadwood is expected, and if you are able to provide some, the caravan will offer 106, 194% respectively. The export agreement only applies to trades next year, not with this one. Alright, fish and legware. Okay, so that's for next year. We'll say okay to that. So we'll put in orders for legware and try to get crafts for that. Now, how do I trade? Let's go to trade. When the caravan arrives at the trade depot, you may click the depot and say bring goods to depot. Here you can select which goods you wish to trade. After everyone has bought their goods, you can select trade. Don't worry if you have no broker, just select anyone can trade. You cannot trade until your broker or another resident has arrived at the depot. And the trade you selected, which good you want from the list. On the left, which good of yours to trade from the list on the right. Then hit trade, and the trade will accept the deal and fair. Then you can carry away the weight of the things you are selling. Note that if you have a broker, the value of each item will be shown in their skills is high enough. Alright, so we are paused. So we know to set brokers, we need to go to the noble and administrators. Yeah, we have a broker, sweet. And he has his office. Okay. No trader in depot. Move goods to depot. Well, that didn't work. Alright, we'll move that there. I don't want to sell the bin, though. Those are quivers. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there we don't want to sell, so Yeah, we'll move the bin. Alright, nothing in there we want to sell. That's just a bunch of our weapons, which we should set up a military thing. Even if I don't fully understand it, it would be nice to get them training and ready to fight, just in case some goblins show up. Alright, cool. Okay, we're good with that, we're good with that. Yeah, this part's confusing me. I'd like to do a trade if I can. Broker requested at depot. Trade, sweet. All right, looks like I figured it out. So we just sell them all of our little figurines that we made out of turtle shells. This is cool. And I don't know what I should be buying at the moment, but we will look into it. If they have dogs, we'll buy more of them. I don't fully understand what to do with them, but looks like, yeah, we got some value here. Also, we can just dump them off. We're going to keep everything else for now. Those are bars. We could do glass for some blowing. We could do clay because we can't get access to that. We could buy a bunch of wood and rope. Cow. There's a female cow. There's a steel battle axe, which we can't afford off of what we have. Steel boots. They have cloth. You could just buy a bunch of cloth. There's plump helmets. So I don't know how many plump helmets we are going to need. And they have fish too, for what it's worth. I mean, we could just buy the fish and butcher it. They have gems and stuff, which is cool. Alright, so we got 310. Buy someone a leather hood. Yeah, we'll just buy up their wood. We need some of it, and we don't want to be chopping down trees. So yeah, we'll buy out their wood. We'll buy out their clay since we don't have any. Buy out their glass, cause why not? We'll buy out their fish because why not? Again, especially the turtles. The turtle will turn into a shell that we can turn into a figurine. Buy the plump cap just to make sure we don't run out of it. And yeah, we'll keep it just enough for them to stay in the green. Sweet. So we did the trade, and they were happy with it. There you go. Traded a bunch of useless shells, which we are exceeding in, for a bunch of random other stuff. All right, let's take a look at our work orders. Feeling a little more comfortable. What's stopping us from making the wooden barrel? All right, we're gonna go to the work orders. I'm gonna say Peru. There you go, say greater than 1, go to 10, there we go, that seems good to me. And shell figurines is always the lowest priority. And the we got that going. I'd like to get more farming operations going and a tailor set up. That would be fun. Do I have any automation on this bad boy? Okay, let's take a look at our structures here. Furniture, bed. Go. Once that's dug out, we'll go it over with the smooth tool one last time. I'll make doors. Down. Okay, thankfully we're Almost done with our Dorapalooza. Out over here. Alright, and we continue making more doors. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute, but we'll fill this bad boy out and just have so many rooms it isn't even funny. I do wish these work orders had different tabs. Okay. 4 won't be enough. Okay, so how many chests do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're now going to make this the dumping stockpile. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think we're trading at the moment. I wish there was an easier way to tell what's in here. We are low on wood, meaning we need to go on a... Even though we bought all the wood there, we need to chop down some trees. We'll do chopping. Leave the pear tree alone for now. Leave the apple tree alone. We'll do the ginkgo tree. We'll do the willow tree. We'll do the cedar tree. Alright, plant gather. Do a big gathering. Big trees chopped. Alright, we need to do a storage area here. Alright, so we'll do it like that, then hit accept. And food. Custom. Button for this? All right. So we're going to say okay, cool. There we go. Done. So hopefully they'll bring food in here. All right. So I think we're going to mine this out more. This would be a big crafting area. Need more chairs, but like, I'm not sure what to do with them. Did I ever make a tannery? No, I didn't. We'll go workshop. All right, we'll make the ashery directly beneath you here. And we need access to blocks. In that case, can we make blocks already? Yeah, you can make rock blocks. Cool. So we do need to start making those. Also, we'll go ahead and put a smooth order out for you. What? We'll get crazy with it. Move the whole floor. Now, granted, this might make this area too rich. Smooth. I mean, this is where they're working all the time, so why not make it nice? Yeah. All right, so we got grandiously happy. Most of our people are happy, so we've got that going for us. Yeah. We need to build. Oh yeah, we need to make blocks. So let's go for our work order here and get that going. Let's say rock block. Make rock blocks. You're definitely more important than... Where'd this one come from? Alright, oh. Any shop. Automate this a little bit. Make it available as less than 10. There we go. We're going to say make if available is less than 10. We're going to go up a little bit on that. Okay. And go up on this. We'll have just 20 rock blocks at any given time. Yeah. Are there rocks we do not want to be made into blocks? Because I don't understand this one fully yet. All right. All right. We're going to make another order then. Okay, so it's set to a one-time order. All right, cool. We have nuggets and things like that, so we definitely want to get to processing things. So workshops. We'd like to make a metalsmith. We'll want to make our... Alright. Let some of the smoothing get done. Yeah, I have a couple empty barrels. We are going up. Are any of the trees we asked to get felled getting felled? Oh, plant gathering's definitely getting done. Anybody knows why? All right. If anybody knows why this farm isn't getting constructed, I would like to know why. So we'll try to figure it out ourselves though. Labor. We have miners, we have woodcutters. We'll allow them as well. They're also a woodcutter. Plant gatherers. There we go. The herbalists will get that done. The adequate ones anyways. Stone cutters, whoever. Engraver, we got the one. Haulers, everyone. Oops. Hold on. Get back there. Why are our people gathering up here? Okay. We're getting more, like, I made a bunch of figurines. Floor smoothing's happening. Sure, let's look at beds. Okay, we're getting closer to having bedrooms for everyone. We'll go ahead and mine and fix this room real quick. Was there another one? Yeah, this one. There you go. The great smoothing. We're gonna need more wood, but like... that is a colony of honeybees. That's pretty cool. Alright, what are you doing? He feels vengeful. Joining an existing conflict. Right, we need to set up a hospital too, but like... Getting our workshops up seems more pressing. We can just set the hospital here like we had said previously. We can also go ahead and mine out a little further like this for a little top room. Yeah, I heard the sawing sound, so that's a good sign. Any more of the big trees? It appears not. Alright, so we'll let them chill on what they're doing. The yak bull is fighting. Yeah, I need to set up a militia. Okay, so we did have some conflicts going on. Jesus! Alright, well. You can re-enter. That makes sense. We have seeds for days, but my farming plots are not getting constructed. Now, maybe that's because I got them overtasked, but like, yeah, we don't have mining going on either. Yeah, we have 197 seed. Yeah, speaking about, let's look at the labor real quick. Planters. Ah, that explains it. We'll assign our planters. Yeah, that makes sense. We have plant gatherers set up too, but yeah. Here we go. Whew. So, looks like we're progressing again. Okay. Yeah, most our people are happy still. Uh, okay, we're about to have a nice shiny upper rooms quarter. Any of these missing beds still? Yeah, these are. Alright, we'll do a big smooth over just to make sure we didn't miss any. That mining hasn't happened yet, that makes sense. let's go through here and set some bedrooms. Okay, let's experiment a little bit. What happens if I do bedroom and then hit multi, then do test? Boom. It looks like it did the job. All right. Now we'll go for individual rooms to kind of see if it's about how we want. It's not perfect, but it definitely helped. Oh no, it looks like it's done it just exactly like we want it. Perfect. We will need to expand those two out, but now we have all those rooms set up as bedrooms. Give you the door you wanted. Alright, everywhere appears to have the proper doors. That I need to figure out how to build. Let's see. The great smoothing is still occurring. Go for more doors. There we go. So we got that going now. We've got this big swanky bedroom hall getting built. No beds yet. We'll just count out the exact amount of beds we need and make them that way. And doors, I'll wait till the smoothing gets out of the way. The mining isn't happening, so let's see why that is. Yeah, we have 2 people on mining. Here we go. It looks like shit's getting done. We even have this nice little farming area underground, so we will be able to make like a massive farming situation happen. Yeah, we used up all of our wood, which is unfortunate. We'll request a broker. Okay, no trader needed because there's no merchants here now. Got it. All right. Okay, so I'm confused with that. We have a bunch of plant gatherings set up, so the quarry bushes can be done year-round except for winter. So what if we go. Fertilize that every season. Fertilize that every season. Boom. We're going to mine this out about this way. And we're going to build some workshops and stuff down here so that we can get things going. Let's take another look at our laboring tab. And they're kind of just doing it. I don't have them specified for the labor on it. Going higher. Could set some stuff up here. Alright, let's repaint this bad boy a bit to spread it out even further. At least get the stone moved. We have so much shell that I'm not looking to break into our rocks for it. Yeah, so they are making the figurines still, which is cool. Alright, we need to set up a hospital because we're getting fights and stuff happening. Alright. They happen most likely near the surface. Okay. And remember that just because the brook is iced over doesn't mean that, yeah, so we can't dig over here even though we'd like to. I think we view stockpile, paint stockpile. Alright, how do I shrink it when I paint? Go. So I do think we need to mine this out, and we're going to make this our hospital just right here. Okay. Probably make this larger, especially if I have tables already. We have blocks coming out. Okay. Well, we'll at least establish a room real quick. So we're going to go to furniture, build a door. That bad boy. Oh, we don't have one. I must not have the outdoor seeds yet. That'd be my guess. Yeah, we have 160 seed, but just not for those. How are we getting so many pond turtle shells? It's from our fishermen, almost assuredly. Thankfully, we got more wood coming in. Okay. Or at it, we can at least move some of the more of these. All right, I need. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. All right, so open up your work orders. We're gonna say make use any shop. Go ahead and make 30 of those bad boys. Let's investigate this. We'll say amount of empty barrels is less than 5. All right, our prepare other things are gone by the looks of it. We're gonna go ahead and exit that one. All right, we're gonna make rock cabinet. We're gonna say do until we have 30. We're gonna leave that order for a moment. Yeah, they are coffers. Good to know. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Add an order. Make rock coffer. Do until we have 30. There we go. That should run through some of our supplies. All right, let's get some of these workshops going. So we have the stoneworker already. We have the carpenter already. We would like a bower. We'll drop it here. We'll make it with the blocks. There we go. Then we'll... Alright, so we have a bower now. Workshops. Alright, we'll make this for charcoal. You know what? Let's go ahead and make it with blocks. There we go. There you go. So we got another one of those built. We'll start just digging things out too so that we can just go up these layers. And we'll build stairs up. Yeah. That way we can just go through and dig up through the mountain. Because if we can, if we can spam figurine, just set up a whole bunch of craft stations and have them all churning out shell and rock stuff. We don't have to dig deep and greedily. We can be surface greedy. Ha ha ha. Here we go. Says I have 193 seeds. Hoping to see plants actually growing. Yep. That seemed like a plant that popped up and then immediately went down. Worry but go ahead and mine these 3, if not the 4. I would like to basically turn this into a huge productions thing. AK stole large cushion, cut yellow suspenders. Alright, they successfully stole from us, so we need to start setting up guards and traps and stuff like that. Alright, so if nothing else, let's hit F1. There we go. For better or for worse, we need to set up a military, so... Let's go to area, military. We'll set up a few of those. Sweet. We have a bunch of bedrooms. Okay, it looks like the bed we wanted dumped was moved. Looks like every one of these rooms has something. See if we can take a moment to place chests. There we go. Now let's place cabinets. Go, got that going. Not quite there yet. We need to do the smoothing now that that was done. Yeah, I like this combing design. It just we don't want it set to every level, just most of them. All right, none of those yet. All right. I will be right back. I imagine, yeah, we have some wood, but we should probably set up more chop orders. Problem with that willow chunk is it leads into our caverns, so honestly, I think we can just deal with yeah, I don't think gathering's as big a deal as I thought, especially if we're gonna do a big underground farm. So how about we just get to chopping? Okay, we got Markerling archery target. Cool, we got that set up. Let's go to our nobles and administrators. We need a military commander. None of them have any relevant skills, so with that in mind, it's gonna be Kogan. Sheriff, also Kogan. Oh, he's demanding a. We don't need a sheriff yet. Right. It doesn't have to be centralized, I'd presume. Okay. Pause that real quick. Okay, so it was sheriff, that was it. Alright, members of the nobility have required rooms and make demands. They cannot be reassigned. Administrators handle various aspects of your fortress and can be reassigned. Many administrators also require rooms. And we'll make a little charcoal just to sample it. Okay, what other workshops have we not made yet? There we go. Got that being made now. And yeah, we'll just expand this out. Its storage out this way. In fact, we'll just go ahead and mine that out as it stands. Let's see. Go. Now this one right here. Now let's double check that. Perfect. All right. Probably delete this one because, like, yeah, I think the general one does what we're wanting. All right, let's make some more bins. And let's see. Okay, make wooden bin. Make 30 of those bad boys since we're chopping wood. That'll hopefully help our storage situation, because we got a lot of stuff here. We also got a bunch of beds made, so go through here. And drop some beds. Go. Go up. go. I can dig out more holes for more rooms, and even start the next level of the demented one, because we know more pops are likely to come. Here we go. Okay, so we do have that. Okay, letting that save happen. All right, let's go to the surface where we wanted to set up our stuff. Have those yet? We have a military commander. Accept. There we go. I presume this will work as archery range now. A little bit of tree chopping went down. We have some barrels, that's for sure. Oh, we have a goblin chilling out in here. Okay, all right, that's cool. Hey, if you want to just chill out and drink, that's fine, my guy. All right. So yeah, we got a bunch of cabinets. All right, let's look at our chest next. All right, furniture. Yeah. So safe to say we have quite a few beds going on here. Okay. Where are we at on doors? All right, where are we at on the doors work order? How many more doors do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like we just need 4. Down here. If we're good on those. All right, so we just need 4. There you go, make rock door. Go. Make 4 of those bad boys. Oh. Wild boars and stuff. We'll end up eating them. We have it. Okay, well, while we're at it too, we can make more bins. We got barrels being made. Also, we need to make sure you go back to the bottom. Go shells at the bottom. Okay, we have a bunch more beds already. Wait. I have enough beds though, so I might have screwed up. Yeah, I see some beds, but let's look at our work order and make sure we're not making more of them. Yeah, looks like we're good. What I can do is with these extra in our inventory. Oh yeah, we can use those for our hospital. And we're gonna need a 5th door. We'll go to our work order. Make even more of those. Oh boy. Well, they're bringing seeds in and stuff, so let's see how that goes for us. Oh yeah, and orders. We have make lavish mill here, but we don't have the other 2. All right, so work order. Let's type in the word mill. We'll say make fine mill. Yeah, we have 598 plant, so verifying mill. Yeah, between fishing and we need to get meat going so that lavish meals are just easy for us to make. Verify mill. Let's automate this. There we go. We'll just keep it like a simple order like that. Prepare lavish meals. We're just going to go straight up on those bad boys and say, make until we have 50. Yep. And let's look at stockpile zones. Repaint. Make that boy a little bigger. Yeah, we have an ass ton of wood now again, which is good because we're going to be using those. All right, let's read through. Military, there we go. Before you create a military, you must appoint a military commander from the nobles and administrators. Then, from the squad menu, you can assign your first squad, led by the commander. First, you must assign the uniform. A new uniform can be assigned later. Squad can be customized and select leaders from the bottom and top. The most important button are the check mark to select the squads to give them orders and position buttons to add more soldiers to the squad. You can give individual orders to the soldiers by selecting them with the check mark from the position menu for the whole squad, the squad menu. The orders can be found at the bottom of the squad menu. When somebody is selected, you can make a kill order and confirm it. You can make station orders to have your squad stand in that position. You can create a patrol route to assign the squad to it. The Defender of the Burrows order, give the list of the burrows, create by pressing the burrow menu. For your squad to defend the training orders, allowing your soldier to train. But you must first assign a barracks created from the zone menus. The equipment menu allows you to customize uniforms and select a squad. You can assign new uniforms to the squad by adding a new one and customizing it, and add it to the uniform list. New ones to customize it, and the uniform listed. You can click on details to customize each individual soldier. Schedule menu is a powerful tool to give you automatic orders to the selected squad routine or individual. From here you can assign the routines your soldiers will allow. You can also give your squad a monthly schedule. The routines are aligned along the top of the grid, and the month of the year are shown on the left side. The assigned difference orders from each month lines up with your chosen routine. Go down the column and press edit on the orders listed with the month. You can also copy the orders from any cell. Checking the column itself will assign the routine to the selected squad. Okay, so now, alright. Alright, they're displeased. They're a fisher, which sucks. We want them happy, but let's go justice. If you have a law enforcement administrator, like a sheriff or a captain of the guard, witnesses of crimes will make reports, which find their way here. Certain crimes are indicated of larger problems, so you should pay attention to them, and affected victims and family members will get upset if crime is ignored. It's just up to you to choose whom to convict. All available witness information is presented for each case. You can also interrogate suspects This is particularly important for schemes where the witness might not have the full story. It is recommended to place a certain number of cages and chains, assigned them to the dungeon zone. Officers may opt for physical punishment if they cannot carry out custodial sentences. Oh, so death. We're gonna say Kogan here. Let's see. There we go. Now with that, I need to find the militia page. Alright, Alright, so right now I'm looking for the militia page, and I am quite uncertain where it is. So let's go back to the help menu, and we read this and go over it as many times as it takes. Yeah, from the squad menu, okay. There we go. Open the squad menu. Squads, so this is squad menu. Here you can create squads, fill their options, assign equipment, schedules, and give them specific orders. It is recommended that you prepare a squad and get them training as soon as you can. You have no idea what's lurking out there. Okay, create new squad. Militia commander squad. We're going to say no uniform for now. Okay, select a squad. Alright, who is our most fighty? So we have weapons, I know that. I don't know where those weapons are at the moment. Also, let's look at our work orders and make sure I don't have chairs being spammed anymore. If I don't, okay, good. Okay, something else we... Alright, so... Yeah, that one's just absolutely stuffed with figurines, which is cool. Alright, that one's got blocks in it. Okay, we got doors going, so let's work on the hospital second. We'll get back to the squad. Color. We want our dwarves to be bright red. There we go. Sign kill orders. Sign station orders. Sign patrol orders. Sign a bureau to defend. Sign training. There we go. Oh, I clicked it. All right, while we're at it, we have the bower, so Work orders. Type in bow and see what comes up. All right, let's go with wooden. Yeah. I have copper, so copper, forge copper crossbow. Yeah, we'll make just 10 of them for now, why not? Also, let's look at zones. Paint this one. All right, stockpile. And this one's zone. Yep, that'll be good enough for me at the moment. All right, we'll go. Let's do it. Take a look at our chests. Go, we're getting closer. All right, we'll work a little bit. All right, train. All right, let's look at the zones then. Equipped. There we go. They'll get a crossbow. All right, let's create a new squad. Say no uniform at the moment. We're gonna say stagger training. There we go. Now, workshop stuff, we want to build military things. We also like to build a wall. I think removing the ramps so that they have to come in through here would be a nice spot to know that they have to come by our trainers. All right, this one was going to be... Good question. Do we have any crossbows coming out? I don't know, but let's work on the hospital because like the squad thing is confusing me. Here we go, doors. Build a door here. We'll give them that door. Zones. Where is our hospital? All right. Modify this zone. Hit. Boom. There's a whole bunch of stuff to gather, so enjoy yourselves. Alright, we'll try expanding this more. If nothing else, we're at least making use of our land. We are but a foraging colony. We've been foraging for a bit. Did we actually get any seeds that we can do here? Well, it looks like for some reason we did that wrong. Let's see if there's like a separate one for the outdoors or whatever. Plot. Yeah, so there isn't like a second one. Nesting boxes, hives, fishery, kitchen, farmer. Like you right here. Can't make it with, yeah, we can make it with blocks, so we'll do that. Go, so we got another workshop up. Okay, we'll go to, we have this room. Let's go ahead and make a zone. Yeah, they don't need a water zone when they're right next to the brook, I would hope. All right, so so it looks like just all we needed was the archery targets. We'll drop down another one of these. Cool. Feeling pretty uneasy about this. It looks like we have a ridiculous amount of food stored up. We have copper nuggets and stuff like that, so we want to find a way to deal with these. This area over here to put some stuff down, and we have this area over here to just continue dropping places and kind of experiment with them. So let's look at our next thing. Yeah, we have the bower already. Crafts already. Go ahead, drop the mechanic, I guess. Yeah, we can dig this out and have metal around here. It is what it is. Honestly, this one can just go now. There we go. And now this one. Use out pile. We'll expand this bad boy out. Go. Go. That should fix that from getting those. Thank you, kitties, for eating all the vermins. Okay, we'll finally get around to making these freaking beds. Let's see. I don't know how many beds a hospital needs, but I know how many we have, and that's useful information. There we go. Why are y'all just hanging out up here? I don't have the wagon. All right. All right. Yeah, we still have 19 people. Most of our people are getting pretty happy. Yeah, we have the meeting areas. Maybe it's a meeting area. That's probably not it. All right, we'll look up the hospital. let's see. There's survival, planting. It might be under survival. In order to keep your citizens alive in this unforgiving wilderness, they will need shelter, drink, and food. Use the arrows at the top to minimize the tutorial when it obscures your view. By now, you should have rooms underground when your residents can hide from creatures above. To make sure they spend their free time down there, you'll need to use zones menus to create a meeting area. Later, you may try Burrows menu to create a safe place for your civilians to hide when real trouble comes. Some essential tasks will be assigned from the labor menu. Miners, woodcore dwarfers. If you haven't suffered any casualties, you should have these laborers assigned already. But if one of these brave workers falls, you'll need to assign somebody else to their duties. Drink. There are 2 ways to make drink for your residents. The main will be brewing alcohol. This is done by building a still from the build menu using the workshop, farmer, and still. Once the still is constructed, click on it and make the task to brew drinks from plants or fruit. If you have no suitable plants, you may try planting or gathering. The task also requires a barrel from the carpenter's workshop. Survive until the caravan comes. You may also trade your drinks and plants there. The number of drinking rations can be seen on the top of the screen. Absent alcohol and the warmer weather, you can designate a water source from the zones menu at a river or a pond so that your residents have water to drink. You'll want to use these anyways for other purposes like cleaning certain workshop tasks. You may find water underground. Okay. Knowledge acquired. Right. Am I crazy? There is a hospital thing going on, right? So Alright, while we're at it, let's look at these. Kagandanius has become an expedition leader. Alright. You can recenter on certain announcements. Alright. You can... Alright, the fortress attracted no migrants for another season. Alright, we need to get good then, Jesus. Okay, but yeah, I don't know how to make the hospital. We'll try meeting area. Oh. Maybe we need someone assigned to be a medical person first. Members of the nobility have required rooms. They can make demands. They cannot be reassigned. Administrators handle various things. Let's see. How about our bookkeeper? There we go. That should be fine. Our bookkeeper can also be our medical dwarf. He'll keep his that's good. He's an all-American dwarf. All right, we have some chairs in here that can be moved out by placing them. I also see a whole bunch of the cabinets that need to be placed, so we'll get that done next. And of course the doors, so let's go ahead. Yeah, let's work on this a little bit. I know how to do this, so that helps. There we go. Done. There you go. So that worked out for us. We'll go furniture. We need to build a traction bench, but all right. Yeah, we have a buttload of cabinets. Go down to level 2. Here we go. Got to have a lot more rooms ready. All right, so that's a bunch more rooms filled with what they need. All right, we're gonna need more. We're gonna need up to. It looks like. There you go. We got meals and food in there. We only have one person upsetty with us, and gotta say that feels pretty good considering. Ooh boy. All things, yeah, just considering. I'll leave it at that. Do we need beds in any more of our rooms? At the moment, yes. Go. And then, of course, we'll go down to the mega room. Yeah, every one of these has a bed. Also helps to be able to just visualize it because all these rooms are exactly 3 spaces. Right. In order for some functions to be used, like work orders or bookkeeping, administrators must be assigned to do the selected nobles and missionaries menu and select the other button to assign somebody. Some administrators will remain in the office to perform their work. You can create these with the zone office. The zone will select. You select must contain a chair or paint a zone administrator to the office. Other nobles may appear or be assigned as the game progresses. Use use the nobles and administrators menu to check their wants and needs. Okay. All right. And we do have a medical dwarf now. We'll also make Sigma a militia captain. All right, Saigon. There we go. So we'll go to the militia thing now. And we'll give him like blue for his color. I like that over the previous one. We want them both training. Let's see. Make a symbol the plus, or we'll make his symbol the square. I like that. Schedule. We'll have them go here. All right. And we'll make their uniform all right, well, they've equipped weapons. I wanted you to be the archer one. Position. All right, so how do I assign one squad? All right. Whipped. All right, we're gonna say new weapon, individual choice range. Yeah, so that's our range squad. Cool. Now for our next squad, equipped. Details. There we go. So for now, they're assigned like that. All right, they're a proficient fighter, so use them. And we're also going to look down at these peeps who have nothing assigned. There you go. So we'll have 4 archer squad of 4. I will look at you. Give you them since they're not doing anything. Give you them. Give you them. Yep, good enough for now. Yeah, I'd hope we get some stuff brewing over time. Yep, they're getting their ladders and going. Like, we've got fish and meat. Maybe we should build our walls at this point. Not exactly sure exactly where we'd build all our walls. Oh, we got a fight brewing. Accidentally clicked out of it. Dang it. Alright, we're going to pause and get our hospital up for sure. Let's find this bad boy out. Alright, we can at least do that. Okay, got that going. There you go, y'all. If y'all want pets, y'all can have them. We got the administrators going on. All right, this is gonna be my first lookup. Let's see how to set a hospital Dwarf Fortress. One, place enough beds in the zone that you can keep all wounded dwarves in the hospital. At least one table for surgeons. So we'll get it put in a work order for a table real quick. I think I have some already, but let's see. All right, we'll make a table. Yeah, we'll put it on the work orders. Make rock table, there we go. I don't need 10 of them. Don't need 20 of them either. Let's see, just a table. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, so we got this going. Also, while we're looking at the excess builds here, we'll just go a little further up. Got the 3 here. Alright, where's our workshops? There we go. They're right here. I think we have the ashery already. I think we have the bower already. Alright, so the cloth are going to be like they're just... The cloth gang is going to be just their own thing, so we can send them a level lower. Alright, that in mind. We'll dig stairs here and go down. Alright, set up our nice little 3x3 track. Then something like this. Just a big area for all of our leather goods. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try that again. There you go, that'll work. But our other stuff, let's see. Workshops. cabinet. Add another order. Rock coffer. Let's see where 20 gets us. Right. Do we have the mechanic? No, that's the ashery. All right, so we should make the mechanics next if we have it. Go ahead and make a metalsmith. Yeah, we'll let this one be a different color. Cool. So we got that going now. See what else we got going. Add it. We'll make bedrooms. Yep, looks like we got those going pretty well. So hopefully those just start getting populated. We can go through people's tabs and stuff and start assigning them the exact beds they prefer and yada yada, but like right now they should just be happy to have anything. Okay, while we're at it, let's go ahead and build furniture. Let's see, is our table ready? Yes, it is. So we'll drop that. All right. I don't know why all the animals have decided this is where they want to hang out. New hospital. Yeah, all right, we figured it out. I didn't even have to look it up. I did try to look it up, but I got distracted. Yeah. There we go. I mean, yeah, like I got distracted, but we've got that set up. Set up a doctor. Sigma here, our chief medical dwarf. Will be our doctor. There we go. All right, we're going to drop a chest in here too while we're at it. So furniture. Just right like here. Yep. If you find that your stockpiles are filling up too fast, you can create room with bins, barrels, and bags. Barrels are used to store food, bags are used to store seeds, and some other things like sand. Bins hold just about everything else except furniture. wooden boulders. The carpenter workshop is the best place to make lightweight bins and barrels, but they can also be made at the stoneworker shop, and the metal smith forge bags are created at the clother shop or leather workshop. Okay. Man, this, yeah, we got a lot of stuff in storage. We have a hospital now. Okay. Good. They're digging. We're not going to be running out of stone anytime soon. That is for certain. Speaking on room, we got plenty of chairs we can place down. Now, do we need a chair at this table? Is one of my questions. They need. They need thread and cloth. All right, they need splints. All right, so they do have chest. All right, so traction bench. We're gonna go to work orders. Oops. All right, attempt 2. All right, so we'll go to orders. We'll add it to do a search. Make a traction bench. We just want one of these bad boys, and you're more important than the shells. Right. So we have a table in here, which is good. I think we can make more get away with making more tables. Yeah. Well, we did a good job making all of these. Yeah, are we out of refuse? I think we're at the point now where we just turn bricks into figurines. Oh, like, we've got infinite digging space, so... Alright, well... Okay, we are getting closer to having everything set up for them. Alright, we'll do cabinets next. Ideally, we'd like as many completed one of these as possible. So I should have done these two first, but it's gonna be okay. Go. So we are delving deeper and more greedily. We've got our spillover barracks just here at the front. So when migrant waves come in, they'll be set up there. We are future-proofing a bit because we got more than enough rooms. Yeah, that is 6. Yeah, that right there is 18 rooms. So yeah, we got more than twice the rooms we need, which is good. I think it caps out at... I wonder what it caps out at, or if, like... Yeah, because that would help me plan for the future of it, but right now we're fitting quite a few people in this one little area. And we'll be expanding downward for the less than noble. And the noble have their quarters. Yeah, and we can even fit more rooms up in here, which we will do, because, like, why wouldn't we use this area? Alright, so it looks like we want to dig down to a caverns and build over it near one of those. Now that I'm kind of understanding some of the basics, I want to kind of get a better grasp of all the basics. So let's go to workshops next and go with clother and leatherers. So it seems to me like we're going to want a loom. That will make things with blocks. Yep, and they're just popping right up. Alright, we'll make cloth. Cool. Could just do a little 4x. Do dye here, I guess. So we've done loom and the cloth. Next we'll do the leather. Yeah, the leather could be a little further down. And last but not least, we'll make the dye. And the dye one will be up at the top. We need a barrel. All right, we need like. All right, we'll go to our work orders. Forge copper bucket. Yeah, we'll just make 10 of those. That's a gold. That's gold. And we'll just use that to make figurines to sell immediately, since gold is expensive, presumably. It looks like we need to designate more wood chopping, preferably away from us. I imagine as violence starts to occur, we'll want to deal with them that way. Let's see if we can start making traps. Nope. I see doors and cabinets coming up. Stonefall, pressure plate, cage, upright weapon spike. Oh man. We're gonna have some options for violence, and I quite like that. Alright. Something tells me something like this would be good. Alright, no access mechanisms. Alright, we have a hospital now. We want a traction bed. Had the put in the order a while ago. Let's see if we are. Right, let's look at our work orders. Lavish blocks, fine mills, crossbow, rock cabinets, rock coffer, traction bench, makeshift figurines. Yep. A lot more happiness going on. Coffers are still getting pretty big, so how about we put an order in to clear out some of this rock, cause like if we need to dig more, we can just go dig into the hills at the side. Okay, so I've convinced myself to do that. Let's say one shot max. Go. That way we have some floating. There we go. Oh, that's probably not right. Try making 0. Ooh. I can change my mind on that later. Construct, workshop, farming, farm plot. There you go. Will this just be the big and farm? Let me go. All right, well, yeah, that's gonna be the big O farm, I suppose. All right, we can alleviate our stockpile problem by going ahead and getting our bed stuff done. Cabinets. Nope, cancel. There. All right, so this top floor area has all of them that they need for the for the coffers. So let's go down here. Go. More complete ones down here. Feet. We're getting closer. All right, with that done, we'll go to the next. Okay, more cabinets. Okay, down we go. Yep. So many freaking bedrooms. So we have the ideas stretched out. Let's see. Want coal going. Make charcoal from bituminous coal. There we go. So that'll process any coal we have to that. Oh yeah, okay, so bituminous coal is put there, okay. I may need to subcategory this some. But going up. E. And we can go this way with the rooms and go this way over here with some of the more stuff. Uh-oh. Oh, where's that fight? Okay, we have a hospital set up now. So we're pretty good on that. All right, this is our... All right. So we'll just set up here to be dyes. Oh, that didn't work. Try that again. We'll set up here to be accept. So we know that the dyes are made from this cap stuff. Yeah, dimple cup. So we'll go over here. Do custom. Go, boom. So we need dimple cup there. If we go to the dyes, we can look at the work orders. Work order add the... Okay, so you don't make dye as its own thing. Yeah, we'll put dimple cup there for now. All right, let's set up this loom then. Yeah, we just got so much stuff in storage. Oh my goodness. Like, I feel like I need to mine even more to have excess. I think this is the last floor where water is a scare. Frozen right now, but... Yeah, let's build more workshops while we're thinking about it. I think we have all of them that we need except this. Wait, I don't know what to do with that. Let's see. build that here. Since we have the farming processing good there, so might as well have some of these. Soap maker's workshop. Soap is made with animal fat, so I believe we should probably have that here. Oh, we need buckets. Okay. Wait, why are there corpses in here? Okay, well. Great, let's mine even more. I feel like I'm doing something seriously wrong here. Probably that massive gathering area I've made up here. But yeah, food doesn't rot. I can just stack some of the stuff indefinitely. The food and mills indefinitely, and just when the person comes by, be like, hey, here's a bunch of freaking mills. But yeah, I see some furniture here. I see a lot of metal and wood stacking up. So let's see what we can get done here. Workshop. Furniture. All right, chest check. All right, everything on this floor has all the chests they need. Hey, love. Thank you. Okay, I've been at this for about 9 hours. So I think we are going to call it here, because I'd like to have dinner without scarfing it down while thinking about this. But overall, our first day of Dwarf Fortress, I would say, is a success. We didn't die yet. Alright, cool. Okay, we're going to save and return to the title screen. Save to this timeline. There we go. So that was my first look at Dwarf Fortress. We'll just go to full cam for a moment and talk about it. So today we established some bedrooms, messed around with different zones, set up a hospital, and I think went through the tutorial, and we're learning the basic components. I still don't fully know what we're doing. Like, I'm pretty sure if we get attacked, we just die right now. But so tomorrow, the main thing we'll be trying to do is getting our military set up, our rooms finished, and get our processed goods set up to where people will be able. So whenever the caravan comes, we can just go, all your stuff, we're buying it, and then sell back accordingly. Any advice will be greatly welcome, because I'm feeling pretty whelmed by this. It's a pretty tough game. Like, oh, they weren't joking about its complexity, but that's the point. I ain't complaining about it. I'm just acknowledging it. So, yeah, that's about it. I'll be playing tomorrow. See